Somewhere on the northern edge of the Roman world, in a tent pitched in the cold near a slow grey river, a lamp is still burning. It is very late. The camp has gone quiet around it. The horses have settled. The men who guard the walls of earth and timber have stopped talking, and the only sound now is the wind moving over the water and the small dry hiss of the flame. Inside the tent, a man is awake who should be asleep. He is not young. He is tired in the particular way that only responsibility makes a person tired, the kind of tiredness that sleep does not seem to reach. He is the most powerful man alive. He commands legions. His face is on the coins that pass through every hand in the empire. And tonight, like many nights, he cannot quiet his own mind. So he does something small. He pulls a wax tablet toward him, or a sheet of papyrus, and he begins to write. Not a law, not a letter, not anything anyone was ever meant to read. He writes a few lines to himself, in the dark, by the lamp, the way you might talk yourself down from something. He is reminding himself how to live. He is reminding himself how to let the day go. His name is Marcus Aurelius, and the book he is writing, without knowing it is a book, we now call the Meditations. You do not need to know any Roman history to understand why he could not sleep. You already know. You have had the night he was having. You know what it is to lie in the dark with the lamp of your own mind refusing to go out, going over something again and again and again, a thing that was said to you, a thing that was done, a face, a conversation you did not get to finish, or finished badly. The mind picks it up and turns it over like a stone it cannot put down. Tonight, we are going to sit with the emperor who could not sleep, and with the quiet idea that steadied him. We are in no hurry. There is nothing here you have to learn, nothing you have to fix before morning. You are allowed to simply listen, and to let your breathing slow, and to let the weight of the day get a little lighter in your hands. Let it be heavy for now if it needs to be. We will get to the part where you can set it down. Notice first what the replaying actually is, because naming it takes a little of its power. When you cannot stop going over a thing, your mind is not being cruel to you for no reason. It is trying, in its clumsy way, to solve something. It believes that if it just runs the scene one more time, it will finally find the missing piece, the thing you should have said, the moment where it could have gone differently, the explanation that will make the pain make sense. It is looking for a door out, and so it circles and circles, convinced that the exit is somewhere in the scene, if only it looks hard enough. But you have looked hard enough. You have run the scene 1,000 times, and the missing piece was never in it, because the door out was never in the past at all. The mind has been searching the wrong room. There is no version of replaying that ends in peace, because the peace is not back there in what happened. It is here, in what you do next. And the strange, freeing truth is that you can stop searching a room that has no door and simply turn and walk toward the one that does, which is not behind you in the event, but ahead of you in the letting go. So when the scene begins again tonight, and it will, you do not have to fight it, and you do not have to follow it. You can simply notice, gently, that your mind is looking for an exit in a room that does not have one, and you can thank it for trying to help, and you can turn softly toward the real door. We are walking toward it slowly, together, all through this long night. There is no hurry. You will get there. And the getting there is not a thing you achieve by effort. It is a thing that happens on its own, the way sleep happens, when you finally stop searching the room that has no door in it and let yourself be led, instead, toward rest. For now, let it be heavy if it must. But know that the heaviness is not your whole future. It is only the weight of a thing you have not yet been shown how to put down. And you will be shown. We will get to the part where you can set it down. Chapter 2. The Emperor Who Could Not Sleep. Marcus Aurelius was born into comfort and raised into duty. He did not want to be emperor. That is one of the strange human facts about him. The most powerful position in the ancient world came to him almost against his temperament. He was a quiet, studious boy who loved philosophy, who wore a rough cloak as a teenager because he admired the plain living of the old thinkers, and who slept on the floor until his mother gently talked him out of it. He was noticed early. The Emperor Hadrian saw something in him and arranged, through a chain of adoptions, for the throne to eventually pass to him. And so a boy who wanted to read spent his life instead governing, judging, deciding, and, for the last years of his life, waging a long, grinding war on the frozen frontier along the Danube. Picture the gap between what he wanted and what he got. He wanted a life of the mind. He got a life of endless demands, floods, plague, war, betrayal, the deaths of people he loved, court officials who flattered him and lied to him, a body that ached and would not always hold food. And through all of it, the expectation every single day that he would be wise and steady and fair. He was not a saint. He was a man doing a job that was too big for any single person, and he knew it. What makes him worth listening to at 2 a.m. is not that he had answers that made the difficulty disappear. He did not. What he had was a practice, a way of talking to himself in the dark that let him carry the weight without being crushed by it. That is the thing we are after tonight. Not a lecture on Stoicism, though we will meet the Stoics. Not a set of rules, a way of loosening the grip, because the trouble Marcus wrote about over and over in that private notebook is exactly the trouble that keeps you awake. Other people. What they did. What they might do. What you cannot change about any of it. Somewhere in those pages there is a sentence he seems to have started more than once and struggled to finish. We will come back to that. For now, just notice that he was awake, like you, and he was not ashamed of it. He simply reached for the lamp. There is a dignity in that small gesture worth pausing on. He did not lie in the dark and berate himself for being unable to sleep. He did not treat the sleeplessness as a failure or a weakness or a thing to be angry at. He simply accepted that this was a night when the mind would not go quiet on its own, and he reached gently for a tool, for the practice, for the lamp. He met his own restlessness the way he tried to meet everything, without complaint, without adding a second suffering on top of the first. You can meet yours the same way tonight. You do not have to be angry at yourself for being awake. You do not have to treat this night as a battle you are losing. You are simply, like the emperor, having a night when the mind is loud, and you have reached gently for something that helps. That is not weakness. That is exactly what the wise have always done. Reach for the lamp and let it be enough, and do not add to the difficulty of a sleepless night the further difficulty of being ashamed of it. You are in good company. You are in the very best company. He reached for the lamp, and so have you. Chapter 3. A book written to no one. The Meditations is one of the strangest famous books in the world, because it was never meant to be a book at all. Marcus was not writing to teach anyone. He was not building an argument for readers. He was writing to steady himself in real time through real nights, and he almost certainly assumed the pages would be thrown away. You can feel that when you read it. It repeats itself. It circles the same few worries again and again, the way a real mind does. He tells himself the same things many times, because a person does not learn to let go once and then have it done. You learn it, and you forget it, and you have to learn it again the next night. The book is a record of a man practicing, failing, and practicing again. The first pages are simply a list of thank yous. Before he says anything about philosophy, Marcus writes down what he learned from the people who raised him. From his grandfather, good manners and a calm temper. From his mother, reverence and generosity, and a simple way of living far from the habits of the rich. From his teachers, one small, hard-won virtue each. He begins the whole private work by counting the people he owed. There is something worth pausing on there, right at the edge of sleep. Before he wrestles with everything that was wrong in his life, he takes careful inventory of what was good and of who gave it to him. He grounds himself in gratitude before he ever turns to grievance. You might do a version of that tonight, not as a task, just quietly, as the mind drifts. You could let it land on one person who taught you something kind, not the ones who hurt you. Those will come knocking on their own. Just one who gave you something. Let the mind rest there for a breath or two. Because here is the pattern we will follow, the same one Marcus followed. The mind that cannot sleep is usually a mind stuck on what was done to it. And the way out, the way the emperor found, begins by remembering that not everything in a life is an injury. Some of it was a gift. You are made partly of the people who were good to you, and that is also true, and it is true right now, in the dark, while the harder things wait their turn. It is worth lingering on Marcus's list of thank yous, because of who is on it and what he thanks them for. He thanks his grandfather for teaching him good character and the mastery of his temper. He thanks the memory of his father for modesty and a manly nature. He thanks his mother for teaching him piety and generosity, and to abstain not only from doing wrong, but even from the thought of it, and to live simply, far from the ways of the rich. And he thanks his teachers one by one for small specific gifts. From one not to be caught up in the enthusiasms of the crowd, from another, to write plainly, and to bear pain and want without complaint. And there is one name on that list that reached all the way to us tonight. He thanks a teacher named Rusticus, and among the things he thanks him for is this: that Rusticus lent him his own copy of the lectures of Epictetus. A borrowed book passed from an older man to a younger one, an ordinary kindness, and out of it came the entire steadying philosophy that carried an emperor through the worst nights of his life, and that is carrying you through this one. Marcus never forgot that he owed his deepest resource to a teacher who simply handed him a book. He put the debt in writing at the very front of everything before he said a single word about how to live. There is a practice hidden in that, gentle enough for the edge of sleep, not to earn anything, not to fix anything, just to let the mind rest for a moment on the ones you owe. The person who taught you something quiet and lasting. The one who was patient with you when you did not deserve it. The one who handed you, so to speak, your own book, the thing that has helped you most, without ever knowing how much it would matter. Let one of them come to mind, and let the mind rest there, in the warmth of the debt, before the harder names come knocking. Begin, as Marcus began, in gratitude. The harder things can wait their turn. For now, rest among the ones who were good to you. Chapter 4. The teacher named Epictetus. Of all the voices in Marcus Aurelius's head, one belonged to a man he never met, a man who had died before Marcus was old enough to understand him, a man who had been, of all things, a slave. His name was Epictetus, and he is the hinge on which this whole night turns. Epictetus was born into slavery in a Roman province. He belonged to a wealthy freedman in the emperor's own household. There is an old story that his leg was broken in his youth, perhaps by a cruel master, and that he lived the rest of his life lame. Whether the story is exactly true or not, he certainly lived without power, without status, without the ability to control almost anything about his own circumstances. He could not choose where he lived, or what work he did, or whether he would be sold. And it was this man, who owned nothing and controlled nothing, who worked out the single most freeing idea in ancient philosophy. Later, once he was freed, Epictetus taught he did not write anything down himself. But a student named Arian took notes, and from those notes we have the Discourses and a short, blazing handbook called the Enchiridion, which simply means the thing you keep close at hand, the thing you hold. Marcus Aurelius held it. Centuries later, an emperor with all the power in the world kept close the words of a former slave with none, because the former slave had understood something the emperor needed. That is one of the quiet miracles in the history of thought. Power learning from powerlessness. The man who could command anything learning from the man who could command nothing what is actually worth trying to command. We will get to what Epictetus said. It is very simple, and it will sound almost too simple the first time you hear it. And then, if you let it, it will slowly change the shape of the night. For now, just hold the image. A slave and an emperor, separated by 100 years, joined by one idea. And you, in the dark, close enough to hear it too. There is a small story about Epictetus that tells you everything about the man. He owned almost nothing by choice, but he did have one possession he valued, an iron lamp, which he kept by the little shrine in his home. One night a thief came and stole it, and Epictetus, instead of raging, simply observed to his students that the thief had gotten the better of him only in a thing outside his control, the lamp, while he had kept the thing that was truly his own character, unshaken. "Tomorrow," he said, "you will find me with a cheaper lamp, a clay one, for a man loses only what he has, and I will not lose more than a lamp over a lamp." Hear what he is doing there, because it is exactly the move that steadied Marcus and can steady you. Something was taken. He did not pretend it was not taken, and he did not pretend he did not notice. But he refused to let the theft reach past the object and into himself. The lamp was outside the walls, in the country he did not control. His peace was inside the walls, in the country that was his. And so the thief got a lamp and got nothing else, and Epictetus slept. The person who wronged you took something too, maybe more than a lamp. But notice, gently, how much of what still burns tonight is the second theft, the one you are doing to yourself, letting them reach past the thing they actually took and into the citadel, letting them steal your rest as well, hours and years after the first theft ended. Epictetus would say softly that this second theft is the only one still up to you. They took the lamp. You do not have to hand them the night as well. Chapter 5. What is up to us? Here is the idea. This is the whole of it, in one line, the way Epictetus taught it and the way Marcus repeated it to himself on nights like this. Some things are up to us, and some things are not up to us. That is it. That is the beginning of everything the Stoics had to offer. It sounds obvious. It is not obvious at all. Almost all of human suffering, Epictetus thought, comes from getting this one distinction wrong, from spending our strength on the things that are not up to us and neglecting the one small territory that actually is. So what is up to us? A shorter list than you would think. Epictetus said, in effect, that what is truly ours is our own judgments, our own choices, our own desires and aversions, the movements of our own will, what we decide something means, how we choose to respond, whether we assent to a thought or let it pass. That inner country is ours. And what is not up to us? Almost everything else. Our body, in the end, which sickens and ages whether we like it or not. Our reputation, which lives in other people's heads where we cannot reach. Our property, which can be taken. And above all, other people. What they do, what they say, what they choose, whether they treat us well or badly, fairly or cruelly, whether they understand us, whether they ever admit they were wrong. Sit with that last one, because that is the one keeping you awake. The person you are replaying tonight, the thing they did, the words they used, the way they made you feel small or unseen or betrayed. All of that, Epictetus would say gently, is not up to you. It was theirs. It came out of their judgments, their fears, their own tangled inner country, which you cannot enter and cannot govern. You did not control it when it happened, and you certainly cannot control it now, hours or years later, by turning it over one more time in the dark. What is up to you is smaller and closer and still open, not what they did, only what you keep carrying of it, only the meaning you have decided it has, only whether tonight you go on holding it or slowly, without forcing anything, begin to set it down. We are not there yet. You do not have to put it down right now, but I want you to feel where the door is. It is not behind you in what happened. It is here, in what you do next. Let us make the sorting concrete, because it is easy to nod at in theory and hard to feel in the body. Take the smallest version of the thing first. Someone did not answer you. A message left unanswered, a call not returned, a greeting that went unmet. And immediately the mind goes to work. They are ignoring me. They do not care. I have done something wrong. I am being pushed away. Watch how fast the story builds on a fact so small it could mean almost anything or nothing. Now do the Stoic sorting slowly. What is actually up to you here? Not whether they answer, not what they feel, not the reasons hidden even from them, why they did what they did. All of that is on the far side of the border, in the country of another person's mind, which you cannot enter and cannot govern. What is up to you is only this. The meaning you assign, the story you build, whether you sign your name to the worst interpretation or leave it unsigned. That much, and only that much, is yours. And if it works on the small thing, it works on the large one, because they are the same shape. The great wrong that keeps you awake is only the small, unanswered message written enormous. It has the same two parts. There is what they did, which is finished and sealed, and on the far side of the border. And there is what you make of it, which is here, in you, still open, still moving, still yours to shape. The whole of the practice is learning, over and over, to tell those two apart, and to spend your strength only on the part that is actually yours. You will get better at the sorting the more you do it. Tonight, you are just beginning to feel where the line falls. What they did over there, done, not yours. What you carry of it, here, still yours, still open. The door is on this side of that line, always. Not behind you in what happened, here in what you do next. Chapter 6. The Handle of Every Event. Epictetus had a picture for this, and it is a good one to fall asleep holding. He said that every situation, like a jug or a pot, has two handles. One handle you can carry it by, and one you cannot. Suppose someone treats you badly. A brother, say, wrongs you. Epictetus uses exactly that example. If you take up the event by the handle of the wrong, he wronged me, he betrayed me, he had no right, it becomes impossible to carry. That handle burns your hand. You cannot lift the thing without being cut by it. Hold a grievance by that handle, and it will keep you awake all night, because it is built to. But the same event, he said, has another handle. you can take it up by the handle of, "This is my brother, this is a person I have known my whole life, this is someone shaped by the same confusions I am shaped by," or simply by the handle of, "This is a thing that happened, and it is over, and it is no longer up to me." By that handle, the same event can be carried, not enjoyed, not approved of, but carried without tearing your hands. Notice what he is not saying. He is not saying the wrong did not happen. He is not telling you to pretend you were not hurt or to call cruelty kindness. That would be a lie, and the Stoics hated lies, even comforting ones. He is saying something subtler. The event is fixed, it happened, but the handle is yours. Which grip you take it up by is one of the few things in the whole affair that is genuinely, entirely up to you. You have probably been carrying this thing by the burning handle for a long time. Most of us do. We grip the wrong exactly where it hurts most, and then we wonder why we cannot rest. We hold it by, "How dare they?" by, "It is not fair," by, "They should not have." All true, maybe, and all impossible to sleep on. Tonight, you are allowed to try the other handle. Just to try it. Not to forgive, not yet, not if you are not ready. Only to notice that there is another place to hold this, and that your hand is free to move there whenever it chooses. The pot is the same weight either way. Your hands do not have to keep bleeding for it. Let your breath go out slowly. Feel for just a moment what it would be like to loosen the grip, not to drop it, just to loosen it. It helps to remember that choosing the other handle is not something you do once and finish. Epictetus knew this. The grievance has a way of slipping back into your hand by the burning edge, over and over, especially at night, especially when you are tired and the guard is down. You take up the gentler handle, and a minute later you notice you are gripping the sharp one again, the wrong one, the one that cuts. This is not failure. This is simply how it goes, for everyone, including the emperor. The practice is not to grip the right handle once and be done. It is to notice, gently, each time your hand has slid back to the blade, and to move it, again, to the handle you can carry. So expect the slipping tonight, and do not be discouraged by it. You will find the sharp handle back in your hand a dozen times before morning. Each time, without scolding yourself, without frustration, simply notice and move your grip. There, the burning handle again, and there, gently, the other one. It is a small motion, repeated as many times as it needs to be, and each repetition makes the next one easier, until at last your hand learns to reach on its own for the handle that does not cut. Feel your hand on the gentler handle now. Feel how the same weight held here does not tear at you, does not bleed you, does not keep you awake. The wrong is the same size it always was. Only your grip has changed, and your grip, unlike the wrong, was always yours to move, loosen it, move it. And when it slips back, as it will, move it again, patiently, all through the night, until the moving becomes rest. Chapter 7. The Slave and the Emperor. Return for a moment to the strangeness of it. Epictetus, the slave, said that no one can truly harm you without your own agreement, because the only things that are fully yours are your judgments, and no one can force a judgment on you. A master could chain his body, he said, but not his will. You can fetter my leg, he told his students, but not even Zeus can conquer my power of choice. That is an astonishing thing for a man who had actually been in chains to say. It is easy to preach detachment from a comfortable chair. Epictetus preached it from below, from a life where nearly everything really had been taken from him, and he found, down there, the one thing that could not be: his own assent, his own inner yes and no. And Marcus Aurelius, reading this from the very top of the same society, understood that the emperor and the slave were, in the way that mattered most, in the same position. Marcus could command armies, but he could not command the plague to spare his children. He could sentence a man to death, but he could not make a false friend love him. He could rule the world and still not rule the one thing everyone assumes power is for, which is getting other people to be who you want them to be. So he did what Epictetus taught. He drew the border. He said in 100 different ways across those private pages, "Here is what is mine, and here is what is not, and I will spend my life only on what is mine." You are somewhere between the slave and the emperor. Most of us are. You have some power over your life, and a great deal that you do not. And the person keeping you awake tonight sits almost certainly on the far side of that border, in the country you do not govern. You cannot legislate their heart. You could not do it when they were in front of you, and you cannot do it now, replaying them behind your eyes. But the border is real, and it is a kind of mercy. Everything on the far side you are allowed to stop guarding. You have been standing watch over a country that was never yours. Tonight, quietly, you can come down off the wall. Think of how tired a person becomes, standing watch over a border they can never actually defend. This is what the replaying mind is doing, night after night. It has posted itself on the wall of a country it does not own, trying to control what other people do, what they think, whether they will finally understand, whether they will change, whether the past will rearrange itself into something fairer, and it never can, because none of that was ever inside the wall. So the watch never ends, and the sentry never sleeps, and the country on the far side goes on exactly as it will, indifferent to the exhausted figure keeping vigil at a border that means nothing to it. Epictetus said that freedom is not achieved by getting everything you want, which is impossible, but by wanting only what is genuinely up to you, which is always possible. The truly free person, he taught, is the one who has stopped trying to command the uncommandable, and who has drawn their life back inside the small territory they actually govern. That person cannot be thwarted, because they have stopped staking their peace on things outside their control. They have come down off the wall. That is the offer tonight. Not to win the country on the far side, not to finally make the other person be who you wanted, but to stop the endless, hopeless watch and to come home to the small, warm territory that is actually yours. Your own responses, your own character, your own rest. That country you can defend because it is truly yours, and the wall around it holds. Come down off the wall now. The far country will go on as it will, and it was never yours to govern, and the watch you have been keeping was never going to change it. Set down the watch. Come inside your own borders where it is quiet and warm and safe, and lie down, and let the far country be the far country, ungoverned, unguarded, and no longer your burden through the night. Chapter 8. Zeno's Shipwreck. Where did this whole way of thinking come from? Not from Marcus and not from Epictetus. They inherited it. To find the root, we go back further to a merchant who lost everything at sea. His name was Zeno, from a town called Citium on the island of Cyprus, and he lived about 500 years before Marcus. Zeno was a trader in purple dye, a valuable and precious thing in the ancient world. And one day, sailing his cargo, he was shipwrecked. He lost the ship, he lost the dye. He lost, in a single afternoon, the fortune his life had been built on, and he washed up with nothing in the city of Athens. Ruined, wandering, he stepped into a bookshop and he began to read about the philosopher Socrates, and something in him woke up. He asked the bookseller where he might find a man like that. As it happened, a philosopher was walking past at that moment, and the bookseller simply pointed and said, "Follow him." And Zeno did. He followed philosophy out of the wreck of his old life and never went back to the dye trade. Later, Zeno would say that he made a prosperous voyage when he was shipwrecked. The disaster was the making of him. The thing that looked like the end of everything turned out to be the door. He began to teach in Athens, in a public walkway lined with painted columns, a covered porch called in Greek the Stoa. His students became known simply as the people of the porch, the Stoics. The whole tradition, everything that would one day keep an emperor company on a frozen frontier, is named after a shaded public walkway where a bankrupt merchant taught people how to lose things without being destroyed by the losing. There is a comfort in that origin, if you let there be. Stoicism was not invented by someone to whom nothing bad had happened. It was invented by a man who had lost it all, and who discovered, in the losing, which things had really been his to begin with. His ship was not up to him, the sea was not up to him. But what he made of the wreck, that was his, and out of it he built something that outlasted his name and reached all the way to you, here, tonight, in the dark. Chapter 9. The Painted Porch. The porch where Zeno taught was not a temple or a private garden. It was a public colonnade in the open marketplace of Athens, a place where anyone could stand and listen, merchants and slaves and citizens passing through. That detail matters. From the very beginning, this was a philosophy for ordinary life, taught in the middle of the noise, not withdrawn from it. The Stoics, who came after Zeno, built his rough insight into a whole system. There was Cleanthes, who had been a boxer and a water carrier, so poor that he hauled water at night to pay for the chance to study by day. There was Chrysippus, a brilliant, sharp-minded man who wrote hundreds of books and organized Stoicism into something rigorous, a logic and a physics and an ethics all bound together. They disagreed among themselves. They argued and refined. But the heart of it stayed what Zeno had felt on the beach after the shipwreck. Live according to nature. Live according to reason. And do not stake your peace on things outside your control. By the time the idea reached Rome, it had softened and warmed. The Romans were practical people, less interested in the fine points of logic than in how a person should actually behave when life turns hard. And Roman life turned hard often. Exile, war, sudden reversals of fortune, the whim of an emperor who might, on a bad day, order your death. Stoicism gave Romans something to stand on when the ground moved. You can hear, across all these centuries, why it lasted. It was never a philosophy for easy times. It was a philosophy for people who had lost the ship, who had been wronged, who had been afraid, who lay awake. It was built from the first for the 2 in the morning of the soul. And notice one more thing about that public porch. The Stoics did not think you should flee the world to find peace. They did not tell you to abandon your work, your city, your family, your duties. Marcus certainly could not have. He found his stillness in the middle of a war. The peace they offered was not the peace of escape. It was a peace you could carry into the marketplace, into the argument, into the sick room, into the long campaign, a portable stillness, the kind you could in principle carry even into a sleepless bed. Let the breath slow again here. There is no marketplace tonight. Only the dark and the quiet and the old porch standing in your mind, its painted columns catching a little light, a place where difficult things were spoken of gently a long time ago. One more thing about that porch is worth carrying into sleep, because it says something about who this philosophy was always meant for. It was not a school for the elite alone. The Stoics, from the beginning, welcomed everyone. Cleanthes was a manual labourer. Epictetus had been a slave. Musonius insisted that women were as capable of philosophy as men and should study it, an astonishing thing to say in that world. The Stoics believed that the capacity for reason, and therefore the capacity for this kind of freedom, belonged to every human being, without exception, regardless of birth or station or fortune. The inner citadel was not a privilege of the powerful. It was the birthright of anyone who could think, which means it is yours, fully, tonight, no matter who you are, no matter what your life has held, no matter how far you feel from wisdom. You do not need to be learned, or accomplished, or special, or good at this. The porch was always open to anyone who wandered in off the street, ruined merchants and freed slaves and ordinary people carrying ordinary sorrows. It is open to you now, exactly as you are, tired and awake and holding something heavy. You belong on the porch. You were always welcome there. Let that be a small comfort as the mind quiets. This ancient, tested, generous way of meeting a hard life was built from the start for people just like you, and it has been keeping company with the sleepless and the wronged and the grieving for more than 2,000 years. And it is keeping company with you now, gently, in the dark, asking nothing, offering only the old quiet wisdom of the painted porch, a place where difficult things were spoken of softly, a long time ago, and are being spoken of softly still tonight for you. Chapter 10. The River of Heraclitus. Behind the Stoics stood an older, stranger figure, a man Marcus quotes with obvious affection. Heraclitus, who lived long before Zeno in the city of Ephesus, and who looked at the world and saw everywhere one thing: change. "You cannot step into the same river twice," Heraclitus said, "because the river is never the same river. The water you touched a moment ago is already gone, carried downstream, and new water has taken its place. The river keeps its shape and its name, but its substance is always flowing away. And so, he thought, is everything. Nothing stands still. Everything is in motion, becoming something else, all the time." Marcus loved this, and returned to it again and again in the meditations, often as a way of loosening his grip on the past. "Look at how quickly everything passes," he tells himself. The things people chase, the honors, the grudges, the fortunes, all of it is water already moving downstream. The people who were praised are forgotten. The people who did the wrong and the people it was done to, all carried off by the same current into the same silence. This can sound bleak if you meet it in daylight in a striving mood, but at night, at the edge of sleep, it can feel like relief. The thing you are holding onto so tightly, the scene you keep replaying, is already flowing away. It is not a fixed monument you must stand guard over forever. It is water. It happened in a version of the world, and of you, and of them, that no longer entirely exists. You are not the same person who was wronged. They are not the same person who did it. The river has moved. Sit with that a little longer, because it is stranger and more freeing than it first sounds. The person who wronged you does not actually exist anymore, not exactly. The person who did that thing existed in a particular moment, made of a particular set of fears and moods and circumstances that have all by now flowed downstream. The person who bears that name today is a different arrangement of water, shaped by everything that has happened since. And you, the one who was wronged, are also gone, in the same way. The version of you that stood in that moment with that particular rawness, that particular wound freshly opened, has been carried off too, replaced breath by breath, night by night, by the person lying here now. So who exactly is the grievance between? You are holding a grudge tonight on behalf of a self who no longer exists, against a person who no longer exists, over an event that the river carried away long ago. The whole quarrel is happening in a world that has already moved on from all three of them: the wrong, the wronged, and the wrongdoer. Only your holding keeps it present. Only the retelling drags that old vanished moment back into the current one and insists that it still be live, still be raw, still be unfinished business when the river itself has long since let it go. Heraclitus would smile at this gently. You cannot step into the same river twice, and you cannot be wronged by the same person twice either. because neither of you is the same after the first time. The moment is singular. It happened once and once only, and then it flowed away, as everything flows away. To replay it is to try to step into the same river again, to insist that the water that is already gone is still here, still wetting your feet. It is not. It moved. It is downstream now, with all the other water, all the other moments, all the old wrongs of all the old lives. Let the river carry it. Let the moment be singular and past and gone. You are new water tonight, and so is everyone else, and the old wrong belongs to a stretch of the river you have already left far behind. Stay here on the bank, warm and still, and watch it flow away and let it go. Heraclitus said one more thing that Marcus took to heart. He said that most people live as if they were asleep, each shut up in a private world of their own opinions, sleepwalking through a shared one. And the work of wisdom, he thought, was a kind of waking up, seeing the whole flow of things clearly instead of clutching at single frozen pieces of it. There is a gentle irony in bringing that to you now, as you drift toward actual sleep. But the two are not so far apart. The waking Heraclitus meant is not the opposite of rest. It is the opposite of clutching. And you can let go of the clutching now. You can let the river carry the day off while you stay warm and still on the bank. Chapter 11. The Discipline of Assent. The Stoics gave a name to the small, precise moment where your freedom actually lives. They called it assent. And understanding it is like being handed a key you did not know your own mind had. Here is how they saw the mind working. Something happens, an event, a word, a memory. And immediately, almost instantly, an impression arises in you. A first appearance, a first flush of meaning. He disrespected me. She does not care. This is a disaster. I have been made a fool of. The impression comes on its own. You do not choose it. It simply arrives, like a knock at the door. But then, the Stoic said, there is a second moment. And in that second moment, you either agree with the impression or you do not. You assent or you withhold assent. The knock came on its own, but whether you open the door and let the visitor in to live with you, that is the act that is yours. That is the discipline of assent. The narrow, sacred gap between what appears and what you accept as true. Most of our suffering, the Stoics thought, comes from assenting too fast. The impression says catastrophe, and we sign our name to it instantly, and then we live inside the catastrophe as if it were simply the facts. The impression says they meant to hurt me, and we assent, and now we are certain of a thing we cannot actually know, the contents of another person's heart. Marcus trained himself night after night to slow down at exactly that gap. Wipe away the impression, he tells himself in one passage. Say to it, wait, let me see what you are. Let me test you before I take you in. Is it certain they meant harm? Is it certain this is a disaster? Or is that only the first appearance, the knock which I have not yet examined. You can practice this tonight, softly, without effort. When the scene comes back and the old impression rises with it, they wronged me, it was unforgivable. Notice that the impression is not the same thing as the truth. It is a knock at the door. You are allowed to leave the door shut. You are allowed to say, "Not tonight," and let the impression stand outside in the cold while you rest. It cannot come in unless you open. That opening was always yours. Marcus gave himself a small ritual for the moment of the knock, and it is worth carrying. When an impression arrived, one of those sudden certainties, "This is terrible, they meant to harm me," he would say to it in effect, "Wait. Stay there a moment, let me look at you. Are you what you claim to be?" He would test the impression before admitting it, the way a careful gatekeeper questions a stranger at the gate before letting them into the house. Most impressions, questioned, turn out to be far less certain than they first appeared. The terrible thing is often not certainly terrible. The proof of malice is often not proof at all, only a guess dressed as a fact. This testing is not cold analysis. It is a kind of mercy you show yourself. Because the impressions that arrive at night are almost always the harshest possible reading, the worst interpretation, the version most likely to wound. They meant to hurt me. They never cared. This proves I am unlovable. These arrive with total confidence, and if you admit them without questioning, they move in and furnish the whole night with their darkness. But questioned, at the gate, they lose their false certainty. Did they certainly mean to hurt you? You cannot actually know that. Does it certainly prove anything about your worth? It does not. The impression was a stranger claiming to be a messenger of truth, and when you ask for its papers, it has none. So tonight, when the harsh certainty knocks, do not fling the gate open out of old habit. Pause. Ask it to wait. Look at it. Say, "You claim to be the truth, but you are only an impression, only a first appearance, and I have not yet agreed to you." And then, having seen that it cannot prove itself, you can leave it outside, in the cold, unadmitted, while you rest untroubled behind the gate. Feel the gate now, firm and closed. The harsh impressions may knock all they like. You are the keeper of the gate, and you are under no obligation to open it, and tonight you are choosing to leave it shut and to rest, warm and quiet, on the safe side, while the cold certainties stand outside, unable to enter. Because the opening was always, only, yours. Chapter 12. The Space Between. There is a modern echo of this, and it is worth hearing, because it tells you the old Stoics were describing something real about how a human mind actually works, not just spinning a pretty idea. Between a thing that happens to us and the way we respond, there is a space. In that space is our power to choose our response, and in our response lies our growth and our freedom. That thought, in one form or another, has been rediscovered again and again by people who never read a word of Epictetus, by psychologists, by survivors of terrible things, by anyone who has had to find, in a hard life, some small room to stand up in. The Stoics found that space, and made a home in it. They did not believe you could control the knock at the door, the first impression, the sudden rush of feeling. They were not asking you to have no reactions. That would be asking you to stop being human. They were pointing at the gap that comes just after the reaction, the breath between the feeling and the deciding, and saying, there, right there, is the only place you have ever been free. The trouble with lying awake, replaying, is that it collapses the space. The scene comes, and the feeling comes, and the story comes, all fused together into one solid block. They hurt me, and it was terrible, and I cannot bear it, arriving as a single, unbroken thing. It feels like there is no gap at all. It feels like the pain and the meaning and the sleeplessness are one object you are simply stuck inside of. But the space is still there. It is always there. It is just very thin when we are tired. And part of what we are doing tonight, slowly, is widening it again. Putting a little air between the thing that happened and the story you tell about it. A little air between the feeling and the certainty. A little air, even, between the memory of them and the person lying here now, breathing, warm, safe, no longer in the room where it happened. Feel that space now, one breath in. The pause at the top where the breath turns. One breath out. That pause, that turning point, that is the space the Stoics meant. You live there, not in the day that is gone. Here, in the turning of the breath, the Stoics had a practice they used to widen that space on purpose, and it has a long name. But the idea is simple. They would rehearse difficulty in advance, calmly, in a quiet moment, so that when it came, there was already a little air around it. They would imagine, without drama, that things could be lost, that people could disappoint, that the day could go wrong, not to frighten themselves, but to take the shock out of it beforehand. A blow you have already considered lands more softly than one that catches you completely unprepared. The rehearsal built the gap ahead of time, so that in the real moment there was room to choose instead of only to react. You cannot rehearse the past. What happened has already happened. But you can do something like the reverse tonight, which is to review it calmly from a small distance now that the shock is old. The event is no longer catching you unprepared. You have seen it 1,000 times. And that very familiarity, which has felt like a curse all these sleepless nights, can become the thing that finally lets the air back in. You know this scene so well that you no longer have to brace against it. You can watch it from the widened space, the way you would watch a storm through a window, close enough to see, far enough to be dry. Feel the space grow, just slightly, as you do that. The event is over there, at the glass. You are here, warm, in the room, watching. There is distance now, where there used to be none. And in that distance is the whole of your freedom. The small, quiet room the Stoics found, where the storm is seen but no longer felt on the skin. Rest in the room. Let the storm stay at the window. It cannot come in unless you open it, and tonight you are keeping it closed. Chapter 13. The story we tell ourselves. Marcus had a phrase he used on himself like cold water on the face. "Take away the opinion," he wrote, "and you have taken away the complaint. Take away the words, 'I have been harmed,' and the harm itself is gone." He is not denying that things happen. He is making a distinction the Stoics were careful about between the event and the judgment we wrap around it. Something occurs, a fact, bare and simple. Someone said certain words, someone left, someone did not do what they promised. That is the event. And then, on top of the event, we build a story. This means I am not respected. This means I am alone. This means they never valued me. This means I was a fool to trust. The story is not the event. The story is our addition. And it is the story Marcus saw that does most of the damage. The event is usually brief. It happened and it ended. But the story we tell about it can run for years. It can play every night. The words someone said in 5 seconds a decade ago can go on being spoken inside you every night since, because you have kept the story alive, retelling it each time, adding the same meaning. This proves something is wrong with me, or with the world, or with them. The Stoic move is not to pretend the event was pleasant. It is to separate the two again. To say, here is what actually happened, plainly, and here is the story I have been adding, and the story is mine, and because it is mine, it is one of the few things here I can actually change. Notice, gently, the story you have been telling tonight. Not to argue with it, just to see its edges. Underneath the pain, there is usually a sentence, and the sentence is usually about you. This happened, and it means I am. See if you can hear the sentence, and then see if you can hold beside it the barer truth that an event occurred, that it is over, that the meaning was something you laid on top, and that you are allowed slowly to lift it off. You do not have to replace it with a happy story. You only have to loosen the one that is keeping you awake. Let the event be just an event again. Watch how much lighter it becomes when it stops having to mean everything about your whole life. Epictetus taught his students a small exercise for this, and it is worth doing tonight, in the dark, as a kind of quiet discipline. When something happens, he said, try to describe it to yourself using only the barest facts, stripped of all the words that carry judgment. Not, he wronged me, but he said certain words, and then he left. Not, she betrayed me, but she made a choice I did not expect. Not, my life is ruined, but a thing I wanted did not happen. Take the adjectives off. Take the verdicts off. State only what a camera would have recorded, and nothing more. It sounds almost too simple, and the first time you try it, it can feel like you are cheating, like you are refusing to name the real weight of the thing. But you are not denying the weight. You are separating the weight that belongs to the event from the weight you have been adding with the story. The camera recorded a few seconds of a person behaving in a certain way. Everything else, the ruin, the betrayal, the proof that you are unlovable or that the world is against you, none of that was on the film. You added it later in the editing room of your own mind. and you have been screening the edited version ever since, the one with the swelling music and the terrible captions, the one that means everything about your whole life. Try running the bare version tonight, just the facts a camera would have caught. Notice how much shorter it is. Notice how much of the pain lived not in the footage, but in the captions. And notice that the captions, unlike the footage, are yours, written by you, and can be rewritten or simply removed, so that what remains is only a brief clip of a person doing a thing long ago that is over now, and does not have to mean anything at all about who you are. Let the captions come off, one by one. Let the footage be just footage. Watch how much lighter the event becomes when it stops having to carry the whole story of your life on its small and finished shoulders. Chapter 14. On being wronged. Let us go straight to the hardest case, because you have been circling it all night, and pretending otherwise will not help you sleep. Someone wronged you, really wronged you. Not a misunderstanding you can talk yourself out of. A genuine injury done by a real person. And it was not fair, and it was not your fault. Marcus faced this constantly. He was surrounded by people who flattered him to his face and worked against him behind his back. He was betrayed late in his life by a trusted general named Cassius, who declared himself emperor while Marcus still lived. He knew from the inside what it is to be genuinely wronged by someone you had reason to trust. He did not write about betrayal from a comfortable distance. He wrote about it as a man it kept happening to. And here is what he told himself, and it is bracing, and it is kind at the same time. When you wake in the morning, he wrote, tell yourself, today I shall meet with people who are meddling, ungrateful, arrogant, dishonest, jealous, and surly. They are like this because they cannot tell good from evil. They do not know any better. And I, who have understood the nature of the good and the nature of the wrongdoer, cannot be truly harmed by any of them, and I cannot hate them, for we were born to work together. Read that carefully, because it is easy to mistake. He is not excusing the wrong. He is not saying it did not happen or did not matter. He is saying something about where the wrong comes from. People who harm others, he thought, are acting out of a kind of blindness. They do not have some secret clear vision of the good that they are cheerfully betraying. They are lost. They are doing what seems, through their own fear and confusion, like the thing to do. This does not make it right. It makes it, Marcus thought, more like an illness than a crime. And you do not lie awake hating someone for being sick. There is a strange relief in this, if you can reach it. The person who wronged you was not a god, calmly choosing to wound you from a position of perfect understanding. They were a frightened, limited human being, tangled in their own story, probably barely aware of the true weight of what they did. That does not give you back what was taken, but it can loosen the grip of the question that keeps you up, the question, How could they? By answering it plainly. They could because they were lost. Most cruelty is just lostness with a weapon in its hand. You can put the weapon down now, even if they never did. You can stop holding the blade by the edge. Marcus had a living model for this, a man he loved and admired above all others, and it was his adoptive father, the Emperor Antoninus Pius. The very first thing Marcus resolved to carry from Antoninus was his calm. In the opening pages of the Meditations, Marcus fills a long, tender passage with everything he learned from watching this man rule. And what he returns to again and again is how unprovoked Antoninus was. How he was never harsh, never driven to fury, never carried away. How he heard people out, even people who opposed him, and weighed things patiently, and was not the kind of man who flew into a temper or nursed a grudge. How he could be firm without being cruel, and gentle without being weak. Marcus watched this his whole young life, and it shaped him. He saw that it was possible to hold enormous power and still not be quick to anger. He saw a man who was wronged, as all rulers are wronged, and who did not let the wrongs turn him bitter or vengeful or hard. And Marcus set out deliberately to become like that, to model his own inner life on the steadiness of the Father who had shown him it could be done. We learn this the way Marcus learned it, by watching someone who has it. Perhaps you have known such a person. Someone who could take an insult without being knocked off center, who could be treated unfairly and not spend the next 10 years re-litigating it, who seemed to have some quiet ballast that kept them upright in weather that capsized other people. If you have known someone like that, let them come to mind now, gently, as a model, the way Antoninus was a model for Marcus, not a saint, just a person who had learned, somehow, to hold the difficult thing lightly. That steadiness is not a gift some people are born with and others are denied. It is a practice learned by watching and by trying and by failing and by trying again. Antoninus practiced it until it became his nature. Marcus practiced it imperfectly all his life, still reminding himself in his 50s to be more like the father he had watched decades before. You are practicing it now, tonight, in the small act of setting down a blade you have been gripping for a long time. You do not have to have Antoninus's calm yet. You only have to reach once in his direction. That reaching is the whole of the practice, and you are doing it right now, in the dark. Chapter 15. The person you will not name. There is something quietly remarkable about the Meditations that most readers miss until it is pointed out. In all those private pages where Marcus writes about being wronged, about ingratitude, about betrayal, about people who disappointed and injured him, he almost never names them. He had every reason to. This was his private notebook. No one was going to read it. He could have filled it with the names of the men who lied to him, the courtiers who flattered and schemed, even the general who tried to seize his throne. He could have written down every grievance with the name attached, the way we do in our heads at night, running the reel, saying the name again. He did not. Again and again he refers to the wrong and to the kind of person who does it but he leaves the person unnamed. He describes the behavior he must forgive, not the individual he must forgive it in. It is as if he understood that the moment you fix the name to the wound, you keep the wound open. That to name and name and name the one who hurt you is to invite them every night back into the room where you are trying to rest. This is the second thread I asked you to hold, back near the beginning. The person Marcus would not name. We will return to it once more before the night is over, and by then I think you will understand why his silence was not weakness and not denial, but something closer to freedom. For now, consider only this. There is almost certainly a name you have been saying tonight, not out loud, in the private theatre behind your eyes where the scene plays. You have been saying it, attaching it to the wound, pressing them into the injury so that the two cannot come apart. You do not have to say the name tonight. That is the whole invitation. You can let the wrong be a wrong, an event, a thing that happened, without dragging the person back in to stand trial one more time in a court that never reaches a verdict and never lets you sleep. You can let them stay outside the tent. You can leave the name unsaid, the way the emperor did, and discover that the silence is not a wound left untended. It is a door quietly closing so that you can finally rest. Think of the mind at night as a small lit stage, and the replaying as a play you keep putting on, the same scene every night, with the same actor cast in the role of the one who wronged you. You have run this production so many times that the actor knows every mark, every line, every cruelty, and steps out on cue the moment the lights come up behind your closed eyes. And you sit in the empty theatre, the only audience, watching the same painful scene over and over, unable to leave because you are also, somehow, the one who keeps raising the curtain. But you are the one who raises the curtain. That is the thing worth seeing. The actor cannot come out unless you light the stage. The scene cannot play unless you call for it. The whole production runs on your attention, and your attention is yours. You can let the curtains stay down tonight. You can leave the stage dark, and the actor waiting in the wings, uncalled and simply not put on the play. Not because the wrong did not happen, but because you do not have to stage it again tonight for an audience of one in the small hours when you should be asleep. Let the theatre go dark now. Let the curtains stay down. The actor can rest in the wings, unlit, unsummoned, the name unsaid. There is no performance tonight. The stage is dark and quiet, and the only person in the theatre, you, is free at last to leave the empty seats and go home and lie down and rest, while the play that has run every night for so long finally, mercifully, does not. Chapter 16. Seneca on borrowed time. Marcus was not the only Roman who wrote this philosophy down. A generation before him lived a man named Seneca, a writer, a statesman, fabulously wealthy and endlessly conflicted, who produced some of the most beautiful letters on how to live that anyone has ever written. Seneca is more worldly than Marcus, more polished, sometimes more troubled. But on one subject he is unmatched, and it is a subject that belongs to the night time. We are not given a short life, Seneca wrote, but we make it short. It is not that we have too little time, but that we waste so much of it. He watched the people around him, powerful, busy, important people, spend their days chasing things that did not matter and worrying over things they could not control. And he saw that they were spending their one irreplaceable resource, their attention, their hours, as if they had an endless supply. And here is where it touches the sleepless mind directly. Think of the hours you have given over your life to replaying wrongs. Think of the nights spent in the company of people who are not even in the room, running conversations that already ended, arguing cases that will never be reopened, defending yourself to a jury that went home long ago. Seneca would look at that with enormous compassion and enormous seriousness and say, that is your life you are spending. Those hours are not free. They are the only hours you have. He did not mean this as a scolding. He meant it as a kind of wakefulness. Once you see that your attention is your life, spent in real time, never refunded, you start to feel the strangeness of pouring it out onto things that are already over and were never yours to fix. The wrong that was done to you took a certain number of minutes, once, long ago. How many minutes have you given it since? How many nights? There is no reproach in noticing this, only an invitation to stop gently tonight, to reclaim these particular hours, to let the people who are not here be not here, and to let the arguments that are over be over, and to give the night back to the one person it actually belongs to, which is you, lying here, still breathing, with time, right now, to rest. This hour is yours. Let it be a peaceful one. It is not owed to anyone who hurt you. It is yours. Chapter 17. The Letters of a Busy Man. Seneca wrote most of his wisdom in letters to a younger friend named Lucilius, and the form itself tells you something. He was not composing a grand treatise from a mountaintop. He was writing one letter at a time, in the middle of a life crowded with politics and danger and obligation, passing along what he was learning as he learned it, the way you might write to someone you love who is struggling with the same things you are. That intimacy is why Seneca still reaches people. He does not pretend to have arrived. In one letter he admits plainly that he is not a wise man and does not expect to become one, that he is a fellow patient in the same hospital comparing notes on the illness. I point out the good things not because I have reached them, he says, but because I am still on my way toward them and I would like company on the road. There is a lesson in that just for tonight, and it is a gentle one. You do not have to have mastered any of this. The Stoics themselves did not claim mastery. Marcus, at the very top of the world, was still, in his 50s, writing the same reminders to himself over and over, which means he still needed them, which means he still forgot. Seneca called himself a patient, not a doctor. The whole tradition is built by people who kept failing at it and kept returning to it anyway. So if you have spent this night or 1,000 nights unable to let a thing go, that does not mean you are bad at this or that peace is not for you. It means you are exactly like every person who ever practiced this philosophy, including the emperor whose name outlived his empire. The practice is not a test you pass once, it is a road you walk and forget you are walking and find yourself on again. Tonight you are on the road. That is all that is asked, not a rival, just the willingness to take one quiet step, here, in the dark, toward setting something down. Seneca is walking beside you, a man who never finished either, holding his lamp up so you can see the next bit of path. Chapter 18. Fronto and the Art of Words. Before Marcus was a Stoic, he was a student, and his favorite teacher was not a philosopher at all. He was a man named Fronto, the finest teacher of rhetoric in Rome, a master of language, and the two of them exchanged letters for years. Many of those letters survive, and they show us a Marcus we do not see in the Meditations. Young, warm, affectionate, worried about his teacher's gout, sending love, describing ordinary days. In one letter, the young Marcus writes about going out to help with the harvest, coughing a little from the dust, coming home, reading, chatting with his mother. It is astonishingly ordinary. This is the man who would become the philosopher emperor, and here he is, a young person fussing over a sore throat and a busy afternoon, telling his old teacher he loves him and misses him. Why bring this in on a night about letting go of harm? Because it reminds us who Marcus actually was, underneath the marble bust and the grand reputation. He was a person with a body that got tired, a teacher he adored, a mother he sat with. He felt affection and worry and homesickness. When he later wrote hard reminders to himself about enduring difficult people, he was not a cold statue instructing lesser beings. He was this same warm, anxious, loving young man, grown older, trying to hold on to his gentleness in a role that could easily have burned it out of him. And Fronto, the teacher, worried about exactly that. In one letter, he gently warns Marcus not to let the dry Stoic philosophers take away his love of beautiful language, his feeling, his humanity. The two sides of Marcus, the tender student of Fronto and the disciplined student of the Stoics, were always in a kind of conversation. The philosophy was never meant to make him hard. It was meant to help a soft-hearted man survive a hard position without losing the softness. That is worth remembering when you practice any of this. Letting go of a wrong is not the same as becoming cold. Marcus did not stop loving in order to stop suffering. He kept his tenderness and learned, alongside it, how not to be destroyed by what tenderness exposes you to. You can be someone who feels things deeply and still learn to set them down at night. The goal was never to stop caring. It was to keep caring without keeping the wound open. A soft heart and rest. You are allowed both. This is worth insisting on because somewhere along the way many people absorb the opposite lesson, that to protect yourself you must harden, that the way to stop being hurt is to stop being tender, to build a shell, to care less, to keep everyone at a distance. And it seems to make sense until you notice that the hardened people are not at peace either. They have simply traded one suffering for another, the sharp pain of the open heart for the dull ache of the closed one, the loneliness of the shell. Hardening does not end the suffering. It only changes its shape and cuts you off from the warmth that made the risk worth taking in the first place. Marcus found another way, and Fronto helped him find it. You can keep the soft heart and still not be destroyed, not by becoming hard, but by learning where to stand while you feel. The tenderness stays. The love stays. The capacity to be moved stays. What you add is not a shell but a floor, a place to stand, the inner citadel, so that you can feel all of it without being swept away by it. You do not stop caring. You gain somewhere to care from that does not collapse when caring costs you something. That is the both you are allowed, and it is worth wanting, because the alternative, the shell, would cost you the very things that make a life warm. You do not have to choose between feeling and peace. You do not have to become someone colder in order to become someone who can rest. You can be tender and unbroken. You can love and still sleep. Keep the soft heart. Just give it a floor to stand on, a soft heart and rest. You are allowed, tonight and always, both. Chapter 19, The Plague and the City. For much of Marcus's reign, a terrible sickness moved through the empire. We call it the Antonine Plague, and it may have killed millions, sweeping through cities and armies, arriving without warning and leaving without explanation. Marcus lived and ruled through it. He saw it take soldiers, officials, ordinary people, perhaps some of his own family. He could do almost nothing to stop it. Imagine holding supreme power while a thing you cannot see kills your people faster than any enemy. And you have no medicine that works, and no one understands where it comes from. If ever a man had reason to feel the limits of control, it was Marcus in those years. He commanded the greatest power on earth and stood helpless before a fever. And in the Meditations, you can feel him using his philosophy exactly here, at the edge of what he could do. He reminds himself that death is natural, that it comes to everyone, emperor and slave alike, that it is not an evil but simply a part of the same nature that gave him life. He tells himself not to despise death, but to be content with it, since it is one of the things nature wills. He is not being cheerful. He is a man staring at mass death, and refusing to let it drive him to bitterness or panic, holding on to the one thing he still governs, his own response. There is a hard comfort in watching him do this, because it means the philosophy was tested against real horror, not just against petty annoyances. When Marcus talks about accepting what you cannot control, he is not talking about a rude comment at dinner. He is talking about a plague. He earned the right to say, "Let go of what is not up to you," because he said it while burying his own. Whatever is keeping you awake tonight, Marcus most likely faced something heavier and found in this same practice a way to carry it. Not to make it stop hurting, to carry it. The plague did not lift because he was wise. But he did not add to the suffering of it the second suffering of a mind at war with reality. He let the fact be a fact, and in the space that opened, he kept doing the next thing, and the next, until his own end came. You can borrow that tonight. Whatever is real, let it be real. Do not fight the fact. Save your strength for what is still yours. There is a detail from those plague years that shows you the kind of man the philosophy made, and it is worth holding, because it answers a suspicion people have about all this talk of acceptance. Does accepting what you cannot control make you passive? Does letting go mean giving up? Marcus's life says no, and says it loudly. During the plague and the wars, the treasury ran low, and rather than crush his people under heavier taxes to pay for it, Marcus is remembered to have gathered the treasures of the imperial palace, the gold vessels, the fine ornaments, his wife's silks and jewels, and sold them off in the public forum to raise the money himself. He accepted what he could not change, the plague, the war, the emptiness of the treasury, and then he acted with everything he had on the part that was still up to him. That is the shape of it. Acceptance is not surrender. The Stoic accepts the fact so that he can stop wasting his strength fighting reality and then pours that recovered strength into the place where it can actually do something. Marcus did not lie in his tent, refusing to accept the plague and therefore doing nothing. He accepted it fully, without illusion. And precisely because he was not exhausting himself in denial, he had the strength left to do the hard, practical, generous things a ruler could still do. Acceptance freed his hands to act. The same is true for you, and it matters, because part of you may resist letting go of the wrong out of a fear that letting go means the wrong wins, that acceptance is a kind of defeat. It is not. Accepting that a thing happened, that it is real, that it cannot be unhappened, is not the same as approving of it or excusing it or deciding it did not matter. It is simply stopping the exhausting, useless war against a fact that will not change no matter how hard you fight it, so that the strength you have been spending on that war comes back to you for the things that are still open, still possible, still yours. So do not fight the fact tonight. Let what is real be real, plainly, without the endless struggle, and feel the strength return as you stop fighting, the strength you can spend tomorrow on the parts of your life that are actually still up to you. Save it. Do not burn it on the past. The past is a fact now. Your strength belongs to what is still yours. Chapter 20. What the body carries. The Stoics understood something that we are only recently putting back into words, which is that the mind is not floating free above the body, it lives in the body. And a grievance is not only a thought, it is a clenched jaw, a tight chest, a held breath, a stomach that will not settle. When you replay a wrong, your body replays it too. It braces as if the harm were happening again, right now, in the safe dark of your own room. Marcus was very aware of the body. He wrote about his own with a kind of frank tenderness and a kind of distance, reminding himself that the body was only his for a while, that it would age and fail, that it was a thing to care for but not to be enslaved to. He knew in his bones and in his aching joints that the body carries what the mind holds on to. So let us tend to the body for a moment, because it has been standing guard along with you. Wherever you are lying, let your attention move, slowly, to your jaw. It is very common to clench it without noticing, especially when the mind is chewing on something. Let the jaw be heavy, let the teeth come apart, just slightly. Let the tongue rest soft in the mouth. Now the shoulders. So often they are lifted, braced. pulled up toward the ears as if bracing for a blow. Let them drop. Let them be heavy against the bed. Let the space between your shoulders and your ears grow a little longer. Now the hands that were holding the pot by the burning handle. Let them open. Let the fingers uncurl. There is nothing to grip right now. The thing you are carrying can rest on the ground for these hours. Your hands do not have to hold it while you sleep. And the breath. Not forced, not deep, just noticed. Let it be a little slower than before. Let the out-breath be long, and let the pause after it be soft and unhurried. The body has been carrying the story in its muscles all night. You can let it put the story down now, one clenched place at a time. The mind will follow the body. It usually does. Loosen the body, and the grip of the thought loosens too. Let the loosening move further down, now slowly, the way warmth spreads. Let your attention travel to your chest and notice the breath moving there, without changing it, just letting it be witnessed. Let the belly soften, that place where worry so often gathers and clenches. Let it be round and easy, rising a little, falling a little, on its own, asking nothing of you. Let the attention move to your legs, heavy now against the bed, the whole long weight of them given over to the mattress, no longer holding you up, no longer carrying you anywhere, simply resting. Let the knees unlock, let the calves go soft, let the feet, which carried you through the entire day, through every room and every task and every difficult encounter, finally stop. They are done for the day. They have done their work. Let them be still. Marcus wrote about his own body with a kind of gentle detachment, reminding himself that it was a thing lent to him for a while, to be cared for but not to be ruled by. He knew that a body braced against the world all day needs, at night, to be told that the bracing is over, that it is safe, that it can set down its guard. Tell yours that now, not in words, in the simple act of letting each part grow heavy and warm and still, from the crown of the head all the way down to the resting feet, a slow tide of weight and warmth, releasing the day the body has been holding in its muscles since morning. And, as the body lets go, notice, without trying, how the thought lets go a little too. They travel together. A soft body cannot easily hold a hard grievance. Let the softness spread, and let the grievance loosen along with it, the two of them settling together toward the same deep rest. Chapter 21. The Discipline of Desire. The Stoics organized their practice into 3 disciplines, and they are worth knowing because together they make a kind of map for a restless mind. The first is the discipline of desire, and it is, in a way, the deepest, because it concerns what you want and what you refuse and how much of your peace you have staked on getting the world to comply. The discipline of desire says, in simple terms, to want what actually is, and to stop demanding that reality be other than it is. Epictetus put it bluntly. Do not seek to have events happen as you wish, he said, but wish them to happen as they do happen, and you will go on well. Do not ask the world to bend to you. Ask, instead, to meet the world as it comes. This sounds passive, and it is not. It is not about wanting nothing or caring about nothing. It is about where you place the deepest layer of your wanting. If your peace depends on other people behaving well, on being treated fairly, on the past having gone differently, then your peace lives in a country you do not govern, and it will always be at the mercy of things you cannot control. But if you can want most deeply only the things that are actually up to you, your own honesty, your own kindness, your own response, then your peace has moved inside the walls where nothing external can reach it. The wrong that keeps you awake is, at bottom, a collision between what happened and what you wish had happened. You wanted them to be different. You wanted the past to have gone another way. And it did not, and part of you is still, tonight, refusing to accept that it did not, still pushing against the fact, as if enough pushing could make it unhappen. The discipline of desire is the slow work of stopping that push, not approving of what happened, just stopping the exhausting refusal of the fact that it did. It happened. It is real. It is part of the world you actually live in. And the moment you stop demanding that reality be otherwise, an enormous amount of energy comes back to you, the energy you were spending on an argument with what already is. You can feel it come back now as you let the fact be a fact. This is the world. This is what happened. And here you are, still able to rest inside it. There is a distinction hidden in the discipline of desire that is worth drawing out, because it dissolves a fear people have about all this. To stop demanding is not to stop preferring. The Stoic still has preferences. Marcus preferred health to sickness, peace to war, honesty to betrayal, a good son to a bad one. He was not a blank, wanting nothing, caring about nothing. What he gave up was not preference, but demand, the insistence that reality must comply with his preference, or he could not be at peace. He preferred, strongly, and he held the preference with an open hand, so that when the world did not grant it, he was disappointed, but not destroyed. That is the whole difference, and you can feel it in your own body. A preference held with an open hand is light. I would have liked it to go otherwise. A demand held with a clenched fist is heavy. It had to go otherwise, and I cannot bear that it did not, and I will fight the fact of it forever. The preference lets you grieve and move on. The demand keeps you at war with what already is, all night, every night, because the demand can never be satisfied by a past that will not change to meet it. Notice which one you have been holding. Under the wrong that keeps you awake, is it a preference or a demand? Almost certainly, tonight, it is a demand. It should not have happened. It must be made right. Reality made a mistake, and I will not accept it. And that clenched fist is exhausting precisely because it is gripping something that cannot be moved. The past does not negotiate. It does not reopen. The demand pushes against a wall that will never give, and the pushing is what keeps you from rest. You can loosen the demand back into a preference tonight, not into approval, not into gladness, just into the open hand. I would have vastly preferred it to go otherwise, and it did not. And that is the world I actually live in. The fist opens, the war ends, not because you won it, but because you set it down. And the strength you were spending on the impossible fight comes flooding back, and there is room at last in the unclenching to rest. This is the world. This is what happened. And here you are, hand open, still able to rest inside it. Chapter 22. The Inner Citadel. There is a phrase that a modern scholar, Pierre Hadot, used to describe the heart of Marcus's practice, and it is one of the most beautiful images in all of philosophy. The Inner Citadel. A fortress built not of stone, but of the mind. A stronghold inside you that no external event can breach, because it is made of the one thing that is entirely your own, your ruling faculty, your power to judge and choose. Marcus returns to this again and again. Retreat into yourself, he writes. People look for retreats in the countryside, by the sea, in the mountains, and you too long for such escapes. But this is the mark of a simple soul, he says, because you can retreat at any moment you wish into yourself. Nowhere is more peaceful, more free of interruption than a person's own mind. Withdraw into it and be at rest. Think about what he is offering. He is saying that there is a place you can go right now, without moving, without waiting for circumstances to improve, without anyone's permission, where the noise cannot follow. It is the citadel of your own inner life, the part of you that watches and chooses and remains. Events beat against its walls. People come and go outside. The plague, the betrayal, the loss, the wrong, all of it moves in the country beyond the walls. But the citadel itself, the still watching center of you, cannot be taken by any of it, unless you open the gate and let it in. You have been leaving the gate open all night. That is what replaying is. It is standing at the open gate, inviting the wrong to come in and occupy the citadel, letting it walk the halls of the one place that was supposed to be yours, and you can close the gate. Not by force, not by fighting, but simply by turning gently inward to the still center and resting there, and letting the walls do what walls do, which is to keep the storm outside. Go there now. Not away, not to the sea or the mountains, but in, to the quiet room at the center of you that has been there the whole time, watching all of this with a calm that does not depend on anything outside. That room is yours. It was always yours. Rest in it now, behind the walls where nothing that happened can reach you, and let the night keep its distance. Marcus was careful to say what the citadel is actually made of, because it matters. It is not made of coldness. It is not a place you reach by not caring, by shutting down, by building a wall of numbness against the world. That would not be a citadel. That would be a prison. The inner stronghold is made of something warmer and stronger than numbness. It is made of clarity, the clear seeing of what is yours and what is not, and of the quiet confidence that comes from knowing that the one thing that is truly yours, your own character, your own power to respond, cannot be taken by anyone. You can care deeply about the world and still live in the citadel. Marcus did. He loved his people, grieved his children, worried over his empire, felt the sting of every betrayal. He was not walled off from feeling. The citadel did not make him cold. It made him unbreakable, which is a different thing entirely. He could go out every day into the storm of ruling and feel all of it, and come back every night to the still center that the storm could not reach. Out into the caring and back into the calm. The walls did not keep the world out. They kept the core safe, so that he could keep going out to meet the world without being destroyed by it. That is what is available to you, and it is worth being clear about, because you may have been taught that the only way to stop being hurt is to stop caring. It is not true, and it does not even work. The Stoic way is not to feel less. It is to have a place to stand while you feel, a center that holds, a room at the core of you that remains yours no matter what happens at the walls. Go into that room now, not by numbing yourself, by simply turning gently toward the still watching center of you, the part that has been present through every difficult thing and remained itself, the part that is watching even now, calm beneath all the noise. It is warm in there. It is quiet. It is entirely yours. Rest in it and let the walls hold, and let the whole restless night stay outside, where it belongs, unable to reach the room where you actually live. Chapter 23. Marcus and his children. We should not make Marcus sound like a man to whom letting go came easily, because the deepest wound of his life was one that no philosophy fully heals. Marcus and his wife Faustina had many children, and they buried most of them. Of perhaps 13 or 14 children, only a handful lived to grow up. Again and again, this man watched his own children die. There is a moment in his letters, from before he became emperor, that breaks your heart across 2,000 years. One of his young children had died, and Fronto wrote to comfort him, and Marcus wrote back, grieving, trying to hold himself together, a father in the oldest and worst pain there is. The philosopher we meet in the Meditations, so steady, so disciplined, was a man who had stood at the small graves of his own sons and daughters more times than any parent should. And this changes how we hear him. When Marcus tells himself that everything passes, that we must accept what nature brings, that we do not truly own even the people we love, but only hold them for a while, he is not spouting abstract doctrine. He is a bereaved father talking himself through the unbearable. He writes in one place that when you kiss your child goodnight, you should whisper to yourself that they are mortal, that this is a gift you have been lent and not given. It sounds cold until you realize it is the exact opposite. It is a man who has lost children, teaching himself to love the ones who remain fully, tonight, this moment, without the illusion that they are permanent. He is not letting go in order to care less. He is letting go in order to be present for what he still has while he still has it, instead of losing the living moment to fear of the loss to come. If you carry a grief tonight, and many people who cannot sleep are really carrying a grief underneath the grievance, then let Marcus keep you company in it. He knew. He is not a stranger to the thing you are holding. He held heavier, and he did not pretend it was light, and he found, even so, a way to go on loving and living and ruling and, eventually, resting. The pain of loss is the cost of love, and he paid it, and so have you, and it is not a debt you have to keep paying all night. You loved, it cost you. that is not a wrong to be fixed. It is the price of having had something worth losing. Return, for a moment, to that hard and tender thing Marcus told himself about his children, because it is easily misheard and, heard rightly, it is one of the most loving ideas in the whole book. When you kiss your child good-night, he wrote, say to yourself quietly that they are mortal, that this is something given to you to love for a while and not forever. On the surface, it sounds like a cold instruction to hold back, to love less so that losing hurts less. But that is the opposite of what he meant, and any parent who has lost a child, as he had, knows it. He meant, love them completely tonight, precisely because tonight is real and the future is not promised. Do not save your love for a permanence you do not actually have. Do not postpone your full presence to some later, safer time. Kiss them now, fully, as the mortal, temporary, unspeakably precious gift they actually are. The awareness of loss is not the enemy of love. It is what makes love urgent and attentive and awake. Marcus was not teaching himself to care less. He was teaching himself, in the shadow of the small graves, to be wholly present to the living while they lived. There is a comfort in this for whatever you have lost, or fear losing. The grief you carry is not a malfunction, not a sign that you loved wrongly or held on too tightly. It is simply the shape love takes when the beloved is gone. It is the cost, and you paid it because you loved, and the love was worth the cost, and it would be worth it again. To wish you had not grieved would be to wish you had not loved, and you would not choose that, not really, not even to spare yourself this ache. So let the grief be what it is tonight, honored, not fought. It is love with nowhere to go, and that is a sorrow, but it is a sorrow that proves something beautiful about you, that you were capable of loving something enough to be undone by its loss. Let it be tender rather than bitter. Let it soften into gratitude for the having loved, even alongside the pain of the having lost. And rest, knowing that the ache in you is not a wound to be ashamed of, but the honest, aching signature of a heart that knew how to love. You loved, it cost you, and it was worth it. Chapter 24. Grief without complaint. There is a particular quality to how Marcus faced grief, and it is easy to misread, so let us be careful. He did not believe in adding complaint to pain, but he was not against feeling. This is a distinction the Stoics get wrongly accused of missing, and it matters, especially at night, especially if you have been taught that being strong means feeling nothing. The Stoics did not think you should be a stone. They knew you would feel grief, fear, the sting of a wrong. Those first reactions, remember, are the knock at the door. Not chosen, not blameworthy, simply human. What they counseled against was the second thing, the piling on, the story that turns a pain into a permanent injustice, the endless complaint that says not only this hurts, which is true, but also this should not be, the world is wrong, I have been singled out, I cannot bear it, which are additions. Marcus grieved his children. He did not pretend he felt nothing, but he refused to let the grief curdle into a lifelong argument with the universe. He would not spend his remaining years shaking his fist at the nature of things for being the nature of things. He let the sorrow be sorrow, deep and real, and he declined to make it also a case, a grievance, a complaint filed against reality that could never be answered and would only poison whatever life was left. That is a subtle and enormous freedom. You are allowed to feel the full weight of what happened to you. Tonight, you do not have to talk yourself out of the hurt. The hurt is honest. But you can begin to set down the complaint that rides on top of it, the part that keeps arguing, keeps demanding an apology from a world that does not answer, keeps insisting this should not have happened, as if enough insisting could reach back and change it. Feel the sorrow if it is there. Let it be as large as it is. And then, gently, see if you can loosen your grip on the argument, the case, the complaint, the part of your mind that has appointed itself prosecutor and cannot rest until a verdict comes that never will. The feeling can stay. Let the trial end. You can grieve deeply and still lay down the endless indictment, and in that laying down, at last, there is room to rest. Chapter 25. The Morning Preparation. Marcus had a practice he did at the start of the day, and though we are moving toward the end of the day, it is worth borrowing, because it turns out to work just as well in reverse as a way of laying the day down. Each morning, before the demands began, he would prepare his mind. He would remind himself, calmly, in advance, that the day ahead would bring difficult people and difficult things. Say to yourself at dawn, he wrote, I shall meet the meddler, the ungrateful, the arrogant, the deceitful, not to make himself bitter, but the opposite, to take the sting out of it beforehand. If you expect the day to be perfect, every friction wounds you. If you meet the day already knowing it will contain friction and already deciding how you will hold it, then when the friction comes, it finds you ready and it cannot knock you off your center. At night, you can run this the other way. Instead of preparing for a day that has not come, you can release the day that has ended. You can go back through it, gently, not to relive the wrongs, but to set each one down as you pass it. This happened, and it is over. This person was difficult, and they are asleep now too, and I do not have to carry them into the night. This thing did not go as I wished, and wishing will not change it, and I release it into the past where it now lives. It is a kind of undressing of the mind, taking off the day the way you take off the clothes you wore in it. You would not sleep in your shoes. You do not have to sleep in the day's grievances either. One by one, you can unlace them and set them by the bed and let your mind be bare and light and ready for rest. Marcus prepared for the friction of the day so it could not surprise him. You can unprepare, unclench, unhold the friction that already came, so it cannot follow you down into sleep. Both are the same skill, really. The refusal to let other people's behavior govern the temperature of your inner life. In the morning, it looks like readiness. At night, it looks like release. Tonight, we are releasing. Let the day come off, piece by piece, and set it down. The Stoics had a formal version of this nightly release, and Seneca described his own practice of it beautifully. Every evening, before sleep, he would review the day that had passed, going over it gently in his mind, not to punish himself, but to settle accounts and let it go. He would ask, "What did I do today? Where did I fall short? Where did I do well?" And then, having looked honestly at all of it, he would let it rest. He said that after this review, his sleep was wonderfully deep and untroubled, because the mind, having examined the day and set it down, had nothing left to churn over in the dark. Notice what the review was for. Not for self-attack, not for lying awake cataloguing failures. It was the opposite, a way of finishing with the day so that it did not finish you. He looked at it once, clearly, in the calm before sleep, and then he was done with it, released it, closed the book on it. The examination was in service of the letting go. He looked so that he could stop looking. You can do a soft version of that now, without the sting. Not a trial, just a gentle passing over of the day, room by room, moment by moment, and as you pass each thing, you set it down. This happened, and it is over, and I release it. This was difficult, and it is finished now, and I let it rest. This did not go as I wished, and wishing will not change it, and I lay it down. You are not judging the day. You are undressing from it the way Seneca did, so that you can sleep as deeply as he slept, having looked at the day once kindly, and then let it go for good. Let the day come off now, piece by piece. Look at each part gently and set it down, and move to the next, until the whole day is laid quietly aside, and your mind is bare and light and ready, at last, for the deep and untroubled rest that comes to the one who has finished with the day and set it down. Chapter 26. The People You Will Meet Today. Return for a moment to that difficult morning list, the meddlers and the ungrateful and the arrogant, because there is a second half of the thought that people usually forget, and it is the half that heals. After naming all the difficult people he would meet, Marcus does not conclude that he should avoid them or despise them or armor himself against them. He concludes the opposite. These people, he says, share in the same reason I do, the same spark of the divine. They are my kin. We were made for cooperation, like the feet, like the hands, like the rows of upper and lower teeth. To act against one another, he says, is contrary to nature, and to be angry at another person, to turn away from them, is to act against one another. This is the tenderness hiding inside Stoic toughness. Marcus does not build a wall against difficult people. He builds an understanding. He reminds himself that even the person who wronged him is bound to him by a shared nature, that they are not an alien enemy, but a fellow limb of the same body, confused, struggling, doing badly, but kin. And you do not amputate a limb for being clumsy. You do not go to war with your own hand. The person you have been replaying tonight is, in this old and generous vision, not your enemy but your kin. Someone made of the same stuff, wanting, at bottom, the same things you want, to be safe, to be loved, to not be afraid, and failing to get them, and lashing out, or falling short. or letting you down in the way frightened creatures do. This does not mean what they did was fine. It means they were not a monster sent to destroy you. They were a person like you, doing badly at the difficult work of being a person. There is a softening in that, if you let it come. The figure you have made them into in the replaying is usually larger and darker than the actual person was. In your mind, they have become almost mythic, a pure source of harm. But the real person was smaller and more frightened and more human than the version you have been fighting all night. Let the real small human version replace the myth. It is easier to set down a struggling fellow creature than a monster, and that is all any of them ever were. Watch in the quiet how the replaying tends to inflate the figure of the one who wronged you. In the theatre of the night, they grow, they become larger than life, almost mythic, a concentrated source of harm, calculating, powerful, aimed precisely at you. The mind does this on its own, without permission. It takes an ordinary, limited, frightened person and, over many retellings, swells them into something enormous and dark, a villain worthy of the pain they caused. And then, of course, you cannot set them down, because you have made them too big to lift. But go back to the actual person, the real one, before the retelling enlarged them. They were tired, probably, distracted, caught in their own worries, their own fears, their own tangled story, most of which had nothing to do with you at all. They were not the mastermind of your suffering. They were a person having a bad day, or a bad year, or a bad life, doing the limited, frightened thing that limited, frightened people do, barely aware, most likely, of the true weight of what they did to you. Smaller than the myth, much smaller, human-sized, and a human-sized person you can set down. The myth was too heavy, but the myth was never real. The real person was only ever a struggling creature like you, and struggling creatures, however much harm they cause, are not monsters and can be released. Let the figure shrink now, back from the mythic to the merely human, back to their actual, ordinary, limited size. Let the villain become a person again, and then, being only a person, become something you can finally, gently lay down. That is all they ever were, and that is small enough to release and to rest. Chapter 27. The View from Above. Marcus had a favorite mental exercise, and it is one of the most powerful things in the whole book for a mind that has gotten too close to its own trouble. He called it, in effect, looking down from above. He would imagine rising up higher and higher until he could see the whole earth from a great height, all the cities and armies and marketplaces, all the humans striving, tiny and swarming below. From up there, he would watch the endless activity of humankind, the weddings and the funerals, the lawsuits and the wars, the buying and selling, the crowds, and he would see how small it all was, how quickly each generation gave way to the next, how the things people fought over so bitterly were, from that height, like the squabbles of ants over a crumb. Not to sneer at it, to gain perspective, to put his own troubles back into proportion against the enormous, ancient, turning world. Do that now, gently, as you lie in the dark. Let your mind rise, slowly, up out of the room. See the house from above, small, one light among many. Rise further and see the whole town, the streets, the other houses full of other sleepless people carrying their own wrongs into their own nights. Rise further and see the country, the coastline, the dark ocean, the curve of the earth. Rise until the whole world is a small blue thing turning quietly in a vast dark, exactly as Marcus imagined it, exactly as it truly is. And from up there, look for the thing that has been keeping you awake. You will find you can barely see it. The wrong, the person, the scene, all of it, from this height, is smaller than a grain of sand on the whole turning world. It was real, it mattered, and it is also, seen truly, very small, a brief disturbance in one small life, on one small world, in an unimaginably large and patient universe that has seen every wrong ever done and gone on turning through all of them. This is not meant to make you feel that nothing matters. It is meant to loosen the grip of the thing that has swollen, in the closeness of night, to fill your entire sky. From above, it shrinks back to its true size. And a thing of its true size you can set down. You have been holding it as if it were the whole world. From up here, you can see it is a grain of sand. Let it fall. Rise a little higher and let the view become the night sky itself, because there is a particular peace up there that Marcus reached for, and that belongs to this practice. Above the small blue turning world are the stars, the same stars Marcus looked up at from the frontier, the same ones over the tent by the river. He liked to contemplate the heavens, the great slow wheeling of the lights across the dark, because it put a human trouble in its true proportion against something immense and ancient and serenely indifferent. Look at the stars as if you were running with them, he wrote to himself. Let the mind rise into that vastness and be washed clean of the dust of the ground. Let your mind rise into it now, up past the small blue world, out into the deep dark where the stars are scattered like sand across an endless shore, the nebulae glowing faint and slow, whole galaxies turning through ages so long that a human life, a human empire, a human grievance is less than a single breath in the middle of them. The light reaching your eyes from some of those stars left them before Marcus was born, before Rome was built, and it is only arriving now, and it will go on, crossing the dark long after everyone alive tonight is at rest. Against that, feel the true size of the thing you have been holding. It is real. It happened in your one small life, which is precious precisely because it is small and brief. But it is not the whole of the sky. It is a mote of dust drifting in an immensity so vast and so calm that it has held every human sorrow that ever was without being troubled in the slightest. And it is holding yours now, gently, the way it holds everything, and it will carry it, in time, into the same deep quiet as all the rest. There is no coldness in this, only rest. To be small beneath the stars is not to be worthless. It is to be relieved of the impossible weight of thinking your trouble is the center of everything. It is not the center. The stars are turning. The dark is vast and patient and kind. And you are a small, warm, living thing beneath it, allowed tonight to set down your grain of sand and look up and let the great slow wheeling of the lights carry you at last towards sleep. Chapter 28. The Smallness of It All. Stay up there a little longer in the view from above, because Marcus added a dimension to it that is even more freeing, and it is the dimension of time. He would look not only across the wide world, but back across the long past. Think, he would tell himself, of all the people who have lived before you, all the emperors, the conquerors, the famous and the powerful, all the ones whose names once filled every mouth. Where are they now? Gone, every one, and most of them entirely forgotten, their triumphs and their grievances alike dissolved into silence, as if they had never been. He names them to himself, the great figures of the past, and observes calmly that they are dust, and that the people who praise them are dust, and that the whole loud world of a century ago is now perfectly quiet. And then he draws the conclusion that steadies him. If all of that vanished, all those enormous lives, then this too will vanish. This trouble, this wrong, this grievance that feels, tonight, so permanent and so pressing. In 100 years, everyone now alive will be gone, and the thing that is keeping you awake will not be remembered by a single living mind. It will have joined the vast ocean of everything that once seemed urgent and is now simply, peacefully over. I want to be careful here, because to a striving daytime mind this can sound like despair. But that is not how Marcus meant it, and it is not how it lands at night. It is not despair, it is relief. It is the deep exhale of realizing that you do not have to carry this forever, because nothing is carried forever, because the universe itself will gently, in time, take it off your hands, as it has taken every burden off every pair of hands that ever held one. You are one link in an endless chain of people who lay awake holding something that felt like it would last forever, and did not. The Romans lay awake. The people before them lay awake. And the wrongs they clutched are gone now, perfectly, completely gone. And the people who did them, and the people who suffered them, are resting, all of them, at last, in the same quiet. You will rest too, not only tonight, though tonight as well. The thing you are holding is already on its way to that same silence. You can let it go a little early. You can hand it now to the same patient darkness that will take it eventually anyway, and let it be carried off, and close your eyes. Marcus liked to make this concrete by naming names, and it is worth doing with him softly as a kind of lullaby of proportion. Think of Augustus, he would say, the first emperor, the master of the whole Roman world, and his court, his wife, his daughter, his advisors, his generals, all of them once so powerful, so busy, so certain of their own importance. Where are they now? Gone, every one, centuries gone. Their names now only faint marks in old books, their triumphs and their bitter feuds alike dissolved into the same silence. And Hadrian, who chose Marcus's own path to the throne, and all his court gone, and the courts before them, and before them, back and back, an endless procession of urgent, striving lives, all of them now perfectly quiet. He did not name them to be morbid, he named them to loosen his own grip. If the quarrels of Augustus himself, the most important man of his age, have faded to nothing, then the quarrel that is keeping you awake, small by comparison, held by a single ordinary person on a single ordinary night, will fade too, and sooner than you think. Time is already at work on it. The great forgetting that took the emperors is reaching gently for your grievance too, and it will carry it off whether you resist or not. So you might as well let it go a little early and spare yourself the exhausting work of guarding a thing that time is going to take from you anyway. Hand it over. Let it join Augustus and his court, and all the loud forgotten quarrels of the past, sinking into the same deep and peaceful silence. It is going there regardless. You can release it now and rest, and let the patient dark do quietly tonight what it will do completely in the end. Chapter 29. Musonius and the Practice. Epictetus had a teacher too, a Roman Stoic named Musonius Rufus, and Musonius is worth meeting because he insisted more than anyone that philosophy is not something you think, but something you do. It is a practice like training the body, and you get better at it only by practicing, especially on the small things, so that you are ready for the large ones. Musonius was exiled more than once, sent away to a barren island by emperors, who found his honesty inconvenient, and he treated exile itself as practice. He famously argued that exile had taken nothing truly important from him, because it could not take his character, his reason, his virtue, the only things that were really his. On the island, he simply went on being himself, teaching whoever would listen, treating the loss of his home as one more occasion to practice not staking his peace on things outside his control. His central teaching was that we must train daily in small ways, so that the practice is already in us when the hard moment comes. You do not learn to endure cold by reading about cold. You do not learn to let go of insults by agreeing in theory that insults do not matter. You learn it by practicing on the small daily frictions, the actual movement of not clutching, so that when the large wrong arrives, your mind already knows the way. This is oddly encouraging for a sleepless night, because it means that what you are doing right now is training. Every time, tonight, that you notice the impression rise and choose not to sign your name to it, you are practicing. Every time you feel your hand grip the burning handle and gently move it to the other one, you are training the very muscle that lets a person let go. You will not perfect it tonight. Musonius would not expect you to. but you are practicing, and the practice is real, and it accumulates night after night, until one day you find you can set a thing down almost without effort, because your mind has walked the path so many times that it knows the way in the dark. So do not judge tonight by whether you achieve some perfect peace. Judge it, if you judge it at all, by the fact that you practiced, that you kept gently returning to the space between the event and the story, the way Musonius returned, on his barren island, to the daily work of being free. That is enough. That is the whole of it. Return and return and return until returning becomes rest. Musonius was fierce about the smallness of the trainings, and it is a comfort because it means you do not need a crisis to practice, only the ordinary frictions of an ordinary life. He had his students practice enduring minor discomforts on purpose, going without a rich meal, wearing plain clothes, bearing a little cold, a little heat, a little inconvenience, not because suffering is good, but because each small endurance is a repetition, a rehearsal, that builds the capacity you will need when something large arrives. You do not become able to bear a great loss by bearing great losses. You become able to bear it by having practiced 1,000 times on the small things, the movement of meeting discomfort without panic. This reframes every irritation of a normal day as an opportunity, quietly, without your having to seek anything out. The slow line, the rude word, the plan that fell through, the small daily unfairnesses, each one is a chance to practice the exact movement we have been learning tonight. The noticing of the impression, the pause at the gap, the choice not to sign your name to the worst story, the gentle return to the center. Every small friction, met with a little more steadiness than the last, is a rep. And the reps accumulate silently in the body and the mind, until one night you discover that a thing which would once have kept you awake for a week can now be set down in an hour, because the path is worn, because you have walked it so many times. So do not measure tonight by whether you reached some final peace. Measure it, if at all, by the fact that you practiced, that you kept returning gently to the space between the event and the story, the way Musonius's students returned to their small daily trainings. That is not failure disguised as progress. That is exactly how progress is made, in this and in everything, by repetition, by returning, by the patient laying down of one small rep after another until the capacity is simply there. You are building something tonight that will still be yours tomorrow and the night after and the year after that. Each return is a rep. Each gentle turning back toward the center makes the next one easier. You are not failing to sleep, you are training to let go. And the training is real, and it is working quietly, whether or not you can feel it yet. Return and return and return, and let the returning itself at last become rest. Chapter 30. The Wrestler, Not the Dancer. Here, at last, is the sentence Marcus struggled to finish, the one I told you we would return to, the first of our 3 threads coming home. Marcus wrote in the Meditations that the art of living is more like wrestling than dancing. A dancer, he means, performs steps that are planned and graceful and known in advance. But a wrestler must stand ready against what cannot be predicted, must keep his footing against sudden blows and grips he did not choose, must stay balanced in the middle of forces pushing against him from directions he could not have foreseen. Life, he is telling himself, is the second thing. It is not a dance you can choreograph, where everything goes according to plan and no one interferes. It is a wrestling match, where other people push against you, where events come at you sideways, where you are gripped and thrown and must find your feet again. And the skill of living is not the dancer's skill of executing a flawless plan, it is the wrestler's skill of staying centered while being pushed, of meeting what comes without losing your balance. Do you see why this matters tonight? You have been lying here wishing life were a dance, wishing that person had performed the steps correctly, had treated you as the choreography of fairness required. And they did not, because life is not a dance, and no amount of replaying will turn the wrestling match you are actually in into the graceful performance you wish it had been. The wrong that was done to you was a grip you did not choose, a throw you did not see coming. That is not a sign that something has gone uniquely wrong with your life. That is simply what the match is. Everyone in it gets gripped and thrown. The great ones, the Marcus Aureliuses, are not the ones who were never thrown. They are the ones who learned to keep their footing, to find their center again after the throw, to stay balanced in the middle of forces they could not control. You are a wrestler, not a dancer. You were never promised the dance. And there is a strange freedom in finally accepting that, because it means the thing that happened was not a betrayal of how life is supposed to go. It was just the match doing what the match does. And you are still standing, thrown, gripped, pushed, and still here, still finding your center, which is all that was ever asked of you. Find it now. The center is your breath, your stillness, the quiet room behind the walls. Return to it and rest, and be ready tomorrow to wrestle again, without bitterness, the way the strong ones do. There is a deeper layer to the wrestling image, and Marcus reached for it often, because it answers the question that keeps the replaying mind awake. Not just, how do I meet what comes, but how do I stop hating that it came at all? The Stoics had an idea for this, and it is one of their strangest and most beautiful. They believed the whole universe was a single, living, ordered thing, bound together by reason, and that everything that happened, even the hard things, even the wrongs, arose from that one great connected order. Nothing fell out of the sky at random. Everything was woven into the whole. And so Marcus taught himself not merely to endure what happened, but, in his best moments, to love it, to meet each event, even the unwelcome ones, with a kind of acceptance so deep it became something like affection, because he trusted that it belonged to the larger order, that it was part of the same nature that had given him everything he loved. Whatever the great weave brings, he would tell himself, is good for the weave, and I am part of the weave, so it is. in some way past my seeing, good for me as well. This did not make him passive. He still acted, still fought, still tried to set things right, but underneath the acting there was a yes, a willingness to accept the shape of what came, rather than an endless, exhausting no. You do not have to reach that far tonight. Loving what happened to you may be more than the night can hold, and the Stoics would not push you toward a yes you cannot honestly feel. But you can loosen the no. You can stop just slightly. The constant refusal, the part of you that has been insisting all night that this should not have happened, that the weave got it wrong, that reality made a mistake in your case. It did not single you out. The same weave that brought the wrong brought everything you have ever loved. It is all one cloth, and you are held in it, even now, even in the hard thread, carried along with everything else toward the morning. Let the no soften. You do not have to say yes. Just stop saying no so hard. And in the space where the refusal used to be, feel how much quieter it becomes, how much lighter when you stop fighting the fact that the world is the world. Return to the center. The weave is holding you. Rest in it and be ready tomorrow to wrestle again without bitterness, the way the strong ones do. Chapter 31. On anger, slowly. Marcus wrote about anger more than almost any other subject, which tells you it was his own struggle, not a solved problem he was lecturing about. A man does not remind himself dozens of times to be free of a thing he does not feel. Marcus felt anger. He felt it at the difficult people around him, at the betrayers, at the fools and flatterers, and he spent a great deal of his private writing talking himself down from it, over and over, which means it kept coming back, which means he was exactly like you. His counsel on anger is gentle and practical. He tells himself to consider how much more harm comes from the anger itself than from the thing that caused it. The wrong someone does you, he observes, harms only them, damages only their character. But your anger at it harms you, disturbs your peace, robs your rest, and does nothing at all to the person who caused it, who is very likely asleep and untroubled while you burn. The anger punishes the wrong person. It punishes you. He also tells himself to consider the shared humanity again, to remember that the angering person acts out of ignorance and cannot help it, that getting angry at them is like getting angry at a child or at someone ill for behaving as their nature drives them. And he reminds himself most powerfully of how brief it all is. Soon, he says, you will both be dead. And soon after that, even your names will be forgotten. So why spend any of the little time you have in the fever of anger over something that time itself is already erasing? Anger is one of the great enemies of sleep because it is a kind of energy that wants action, wants confrontation, wants to set things right, and there is no action available at 2 a.m. So the energy just circles, hot and useless. Marcus knew that circling well, and his answer was not to suppress the anger, to jam it down and pretend it is not there, but to reason with it patiently, the way you would talk down a frightened animal. To remind it that it harms only you, that the other person cannot help their nature, that soon all of this will be gone, and that peace, right now, is more valuable than being right. Let the anger, if it is here, be spoken to gently. It is not your enemy either. It is a part of you trying to protect you, trying to right a wrong, and it does not know that there is nothing to be done tonight. Thank it and tell it softly that the fight is not tonight, that it can rest, that you are safe now, that the person is gone and cannot reach you here. Let the animal lie down. Let the heat go out of it, the way the heat goes out of the day, slowly, into the cool of the night. Seneca wrote a whole book about anger, and his most practical counsel was about time. The best remedy for anger, he said, is delay. Ask the anger only to wait. Do not act on it, do not feed it, do not rehearse its case. Simply ask it to hold, to postpone, to give the first heat a chance to pass, because the first heat always passes if you do not keep pouring fuel on it. Anger, he observed, cannot survive patience. It is a fire that needs constant feeding, and the feeding is the replaying, the going over, the retelling of the injury. Stop feeding it even for a little while, and it begins on its own to go out. The trouble at night is that the replaying is exactly this feeding, done in the dark, when there is nothing else to do. The mind, with no daylight task to occupy it, returns to the fire and feeds it. Telling the story again, adding the fuel of one more retelling, and wonders why the heat will not die down. Seneca would say, gently, stop tending the fire. You do not have to put it out by force. You only have to stop bringing it wood. Turn your attention even slightly away from the case you have been building, and the anger, unfed, will begin to cool on its own, because that is what unfed fires do. He also told himself to look at the smallness of most of what angers us, seen clearly. So much of our anger, he noticed, comes from expecting the world and the people in it to be better than they are, and then being freshly outraged every time when they are exactly what they have always been. Why be astonished, he asked, that the greedy person was greedy, that the unkind person was unkind, that a flawed human being behaved in a flawed way? It is like being angry at the winter for being cold. Expect people to be people, and their failures stop being fresh wounds and become instead simply the weather to be dressed for, not raged against. Let the anger cool now, the way Seneca counseled, not by force, but by stopping the feeding. You do not have to build the case one more time tonight. You do not have to bring the fire any more wood. Ask the anger only to wait, to postpone, to rest until morning, and feel how, unfed, it begins to settle, the heat going out of it slowly into the cool and quiet dark, the way the heat goes out of the day into the cool of the night. Chapter 32, The Judgment You Can Drop. We keep circling one word, and it is time to look at it directly, because it is the hinge of the whole practice. Judgment. Marcus uses it constantly. Everything he says depends on judgment. The wrong is not in the event, it is in the judgment you add to the event. Change the judgment, and the wrong itself changes or dissolves. He puts it as starkly as anyone ever has. It is not things that disturb us, he writes, echoing Epictetus, but our judgments about things. The event is neutral. It simply happened. It is the judgment. This is terrible. This is unforgivable. This ruined everything. This proves I am unlovable. That carries the sting. And the judgment, unlike the event, is yours. It is happening inside you, right now, and it is one of the very few things in this whole affair that is genuinely within your power to change. This is not a trick, and it is not denial. Marcus is not telling you to judge a cruelty to be a kindness. That would be a lie, and it would not work anyway, because you would not believe it. He is telling you something more precise. Many of the judgments we add are not simply reports of what happened, they are interpretations, guesses, stories, extrapolations far beyond the facts. They never valued me. They meant to destroy me. This means I will always be alone. These are not facts. They are judgments, and often they are wrong, and even when they contain some truth, they are far heavier and more total than the bare event requires. So tonight you can practice dropping the heaviest judgments, not to replace them with false cheer, but to return to the barer, lighter truth. Something happened. A person behaved in a certain way, for reasons mostly hidden even from themselves. It hurt. And that is where the facts end. Everything past that point, everything that says, and therefore my life is, and therefore I am, and therefore forever, is judgment, is addition, is a weight you laid on yourself and can, with practice, set back down. Notice one judgment you have been carrying tonight. Just one, the sentence underneath the pain, and ask it gently, is this a fact or is this something I added? You do not have to fight it. You only have to see that it is a judgment, and that judgments can be loosened, and that this one, right now, is not helping you rest. And then you can let it soften and grow lighter and lift like a weight taken off your chest until the breath comes easier and the event is just an event again, small and finished, and no longer able to keep you from sleep. Chapter 33. What others think of you. A great deal of what keeps people awake is not only what someone did, but what it might mean about how they see you, and beyond that, how everyone sees you. The wrong becomes a verdict. If they treated me that way, maybe they are right about me. Maybe others see it too. The mind spirals out from the single event into a whole imagined courtroom of other people's opinions, all of them, you fear, agreeing with the worst version of you. Marcus had a clear and repeated answer to this, and it is one of the most liberating things in the book. He was, remember, the most watched man in the world. Every eye in the empire was on him. Everyone had an opinion about him, and many of those opinions were false, flattering, hostile, self-serving. If anyone had reason to be enslaved to what others thought, it was Marcus. And he chose, deliberately, again and again, not to be. I have often wondered, he writes, how it is that every man loves himself more than all others, yet cares more about the opinion of others than about his own. He notices the strange fact that we will trust a stranger's passing judgment of us over our own knowledge of ourselves. And he asks, why should I care what is going on in someone else's mind? The only mind I can govern, the only judgment that is truly mine to answer for, is my own. Other people's opinions of me live in their heads, in the country I do not control, and to chase them is to abandon the one small kingdom that is actually mine. He goes further. He reminds himself how little others actually think of us at all. Each person, he observes, is absorbed in their own life, their own worries, their own reel of grievances playing at 2 a.m. The people whose judgment you fear are mostly not thinking about you. They are thinking about themselves and about the ones who wronged them, exactly as you are. The vast courtroom you imagine, full of people carefully condemning you, is nearly empty. Everyone is home, in their own tent, by their own lamp, worrying about their own night. There is deep relief in this if you let it land. You have been imagining that the wrong done to you announced something about you to the world. It did not. The world was not watching. The world was busy with its own wrongs. The only judge in the room tonight is you, and you can choose, as Marcus chose, to answer to your own conscience and let the imagined crowd disperse. Let them go home. They already have. Only you are still here, holding court in an empty room. You are allowed to adjourn it and rest. Chapter 34. The applause that fades. Marcus pressed on this even harder because he saw how much of human misery comes from hunting after praise and fearing blame, and he wanted to free himself completely from both. So he reminded himself relentlessly of how worthless the applause of the crowd actually is, not out of bitterness, but to cut the cord that tied his peace to it. Consider, he writes, the nature of the praise you crave. Consider the people whose good opinion you want, what they are like, how they live, how quickly they change their minds, how their applause today becomes their scorn tomorrow. The fame you chase is the approval of people you would not even respect if you looked closely, and it lasts about as long as a breath. And even the greatest fame, he says, the kind that outlives you, what is it? A little noise in the mouths of people not yet born, who will themselves soon be silent, a brief echo in an empty hall. He is not saying that connection does not matter, or that you should not care for anyone. He is saying something narrower and freeing. Your worth does not live in the applause. It cannot, because the applause is not stable enough to hold it. If your sense of yourself rises and falls with what others say, then you have handed your peace to the most unreliable thing there is, the shifting opinion of a crowd that forgets and turns and moves on. Build your worth on something steadier. Build it on the one thing that is yours, your own character, your own honest effort to live well. This touches the wound of tonight in a specific place. Part of what stings about being wronged is often that it felt like a withdrawal of regard, a public or private signal that you were worth less than you thought. And Marcus is saying, gently, that the signal was never a reliable measure in the first place. The person who wronged you was not a fair judge, handing down an accurate verdict on your worth. They were a shifting, self-absorbed human being, and their treatment of you says far more about their own inner weather than about your value. Let the applause and the blame both fade, the way they did for every emperor Marcus named, the way they will for everyone alive now. Your worth was never in their hands. It was never in the crowd's mouth. It is here, in you, in the quiet room behind the walls, untouched by anything that was said or done, waiting, as it always was, to be enough. It is enough. Rest in that. Epictetus drew a sharp and freeing line here between two things we usually let blur together. There is your reputation, which is the picture of you that lives in other people's minds, and there is your character, which is who you actually are, the way you actually think and choose and act. And the whole confusion of a wounded knight, he would say, comes from mistaking the first for the second, from letting the picture in someone else's mind override the truth of who you know yourself to be. Your reputation is not yours. It lives in a country you do not control, painted by hands that are not your own, changed by moods and rumors and the passing weather of other people's opinions. It can be lovely one day and cruel the next, and neither version is the truth of you. It is only a picture, and a picture painted by someone who may not have looked closely or wished you well or seen you clearly at all. To hand your sense of your own worth to that picture is to build your house on the shifting opinion of a crowd that will repaint you tomorrow. But your character is entirely yours. No one can touch it without your consent. The person who wronged you could damage your reputation, could spread a false picture, could make others think less of you, and none of that reaches the actual thing, the real you, the way you actually choose to live. That remains in your hands, untouched, as it was in Cato's hands when he lost everything else. They can repaint the picture, they cannot repaint the person. And it is the person, not the picture, that is your true worth and your true home. So when the night whispers that the wrong done to you proves something about your value, answer it the way Epictetus would. It touched the picture, maybe. It did not touch the person. The person is here, in the quiet room, exactly as worthy as before, unchanged by anything anyone said or did, waiting only for you to stop mistaking the crowd's shifting portrait for the steady truth of who you are. Come home to the person. Let the picture be what it is, out there in the country you do not govern, and rest in the one worth that was always yours and always enough. Chapter 35. Cato's Straight Back. The Stoics had heroes, and the greatest of them, the one they held up as the model of an unbreakable will, was a Roman named Cato the Younger, who lived and died before any of our main figures, but whose memory ran through all of them like a spine. Cato was famous for being incorruptible in a corrupt age. He could not be bought, could not be flattered, could not be frightened into betraying what he believed was right. when almost everyone around him was bending, making deals, saving themselves. Cato stood straight. He opposed the rise of tyranny in Rome to the very end, and when that end came, when the cause he had given his life to was finally lost, he chose to die rather than live under the rule of a man he considered a destroyer of the Republic. The Stoics did not admire Cato because his life was happy. It was not. He lost. Almost everything he fought for was defeated in his lifetime. They admired him because, in the middle of that defeat, his will remained his own. No external force, not bribery, not fear, not the collapse of everything he loved, could make him be other than who he had chosen to be. He kept his integrity when he could keep nothing else. He was the living proof of Epictetus's claim that they can fetter your leg but not your will, that the inner citadel holds even when the outer city falls. There is a hard, bracing comfort in Cato for the sleepless, and it is this: you may not be able to win, you may not be able to fix what was done, or get the apology, or make the wrong come out right. Cato could not save the Republic, but you can keep your own character intact through the losing. You can refuse to let the wrong done to you turn you into someone bitter or cruel or small. You can lose the battle and keep yourself, which the Stoics thought was the only victory that finally mattered. That is a choice available to you tonight, no matter what happened. Not the choice to undo the harm. That is gone in the country you do not control. But the choice of who you will be in response, whether you will let the wrong make you hard, or whether you will hold your own straight back, your own integrity, your own refusal to become what hurt you. That choice is entirely yours. And it is the one Cato guarded to his last breath. And you can guard it too, softly, without strain, simply by deciding that what was done to you will not get to decide who you. Seneca, who admired Cato above almost anyone, gave the idea a gentler image, one worth holding at the edge of sleep. He said that a wise person is like a great rock in a restless sea. The waves break against it endlessly, all day and all night, from every direction, and the rock is not moved. It does not fight the waves. It does not resent them. It simply stands and lets them break and remains itself hour after hour, while the sea does what the sea does. The waves are the wrongs, the insults, the losses, the whole restless surface of a life among other people. And the rock is the part of you that endures underneath all of it, unmoved, entirely your own. Epictetus put the same truth another way in a picture Marcus surely knew. You are, he said, an actor in a play, and the role you are given is not up to you. You may be handed a large part or a small one, a king or a beggar, a life of ease or a life of hardship. What is up to you is only how well you play the part you are given. To rage that you were not given a different role is to misunderstand the whole nature of the theatre. Your dignity is not in the role. It is in the playing of it with honesty, with character, with your straight back, whatever the role turns out to be. You were handed a role that included this wrong. You did not choose it. Cato did not choose to lose the Republic. He chose how to stand while he lost it. And you can choose tonight not what happened, which is written and past, but how you will stand within it, whether you will let the wave that struck you move the rock, or whether you will remain quietly yourself and let the sea break and rest, unmoved, beneath the restless surface of a day that is already over. Chapter 36. The Discipline of Action. We met the first Stoic discipline, the discipline of desire, which concerns what you want. There is a second, the discipline of action, which concerns what you do, and it offers a particular kind of peace to a mind stuck replaying the past, because it turns attention back toward the one thing that is still open, which is the next thing you will actually do. The discipline of action says that while the outcome of what you do is not up to you, the doing itself is. You cannot control whether your effort succeeds, whether it is appreciated, whether the world rewards it. But you can control whether you act well, honestly, kindly, justly, according to your own best understanding of what is right. And so the Stoic aims at acting rightly and holds the outcome loosely, doing the right thing for its own sake and letting the results fall where they fall. Marcus applied this to everything, including to how he treated people who did not deserve it. Do what is right, he tells himself, and let it be enough that you did it. If someone is ungrateful for your kindness, that is theirs, not yours. Your part was to be kind. Their response is in the country you do not govern. He compares it to a vine that produces grapes and then asks nothing more, does not go looking for gratitude, does not demand thanks for having borne fruit. It simply does its nature and is done. Be like that, he says. Do good and move on without standing there waiting to be praised for it. For the replaying mind, this is a quiet doorway out. Part of what keeps the wrong alive is the sense that there is unfinished business, that something is owed, that an account is open and must be settled before you can rest. The discipline of action closes the account from your side. It says, your part was to act rightly, and if you did, then your part is complete, regardless of what the other person did or failed to do. The debt they owe you is theirs to carry, not yours. You do not have to hold the ledger open all night, waiting for a payment that is not up to you. Set the ledger down, whatever your part was. If you acted according to your own conscience, then your part is finished, and what remains unbalanced is not your burden to balance. You can stop keeping score. The one who keeps score never sleeps, because the score never settles. But the one who does their part and lets go, like the vine, like Marcus at his best, has nothing left to guard and can close their eyes. Stay with the vine a moment, because it is one of Marcus's gentlest images, and it belongs to the end of a long day. A vine does not produce its grapes, and then stand around waiting for praise, or for thanks, or for the acknowledgement it is owed. It does not keep a ledger of the fruit it has given and the gratitude it has received. and lie awake at night over the imbalance. It bears its fruit because that is its nature, and then it simply goes on quietly into the next season, asking nothing, holding no account open. It has given, and it is done, and it rests. Marcus wanted to be like that, and he had to remind himself often, which tells you he was not naturally so, which tells you he was like you. "Have I done a good deed?" he would ask. "Then what more do I want? Is it not enough that I acted according to my nature? Must I also be paid for it, thanked for it, seen for it?" He was training himself out of the exhausting habit of keeping score, the habit that turns every kindness into an invoice and every unreturned kindness into a grievance, the habit that keeps a person awake, tallying what they are owed. You can lay down the ledger tonight. Whatever you gave that was not returned, whatever kindness went unthanked, whatever you did rightly that was met with wrong, you can let the account close from your side, the way the vine closes it, by simply having given and being done. The debt they owe you, if there is one, is theirs to carry, not yours to collect at 2 a.m. Set the ledger down, stop the tally. Be like the vine which gave its fruit and asked for nothing, and went quietly into its rest. You have given what you gave. It is enough. Close the account and close your eyes. Chapter 37. For the common good. There is a phrase Marcus uses so often, it becomes almost a heartbeat through the book. The common good. The good of the whole. Again and again he reminds himself that he is not a separate thing, cut off, alone, but a part of a larger body, the community of all rational beings, and that his purpose is to work for the good of that whole, as a hand works for the good of the body it belongs to. This is the root of that image we met earlier, the hands, the feet, the rows of teeth, all made to work together. Marcus believed, as the Stoics did, that the universe is a single connected system, and that human beings are, by nature, made for cooperation, made to belong to one another. What is good for the hive, he thought, is good for the bee, and what harms the hive harms the bee. To withdraw from other people in anger, to wall yourself off in grievance, is to act against your own nature as a social creature, and it costs you more than you know. Why does this matter to a person lying awake nursing a wrong? Because grievance is isolating. It builds a wall of one. When you spend the night replaying how someone harmed you, you are, in a quiet way, seceding from the human community, appointing yourself the wronged one, alone, against them, against the world. And that isolation is itself a kind of suffering, on top of the original wrong. A loneliness you add to the injury. Marcus offers a way back in. He reminds himself that even the person who wronged him belongs to the same whole, that they are kin, that the goal is not to defeat them, but to return himself to the cooperative nature that is his real home. He does not let one person's failure drive him out of his membership in the human family. He stays in. He keeps caring about the common good even when a member of the common wounded him, because to stop caring would be to let the wrong take even more from him, to let it turn him solitary and cold. You do not have to secede tonight. You do not have to spend the night as the lone wronged one, walled off against the person and against the world. You can stay in the great shared body of struggling, imperfect, kindred human beings. All of them wounded by someone, all of them trying, most of them asleep now under the same sky. You belong with them, not against them. And there is a warmth in that belonging that is very close to the warmth of sleep, the sense of not being alone, of being one small resting creature among countless others, all carried together through the same dark toward the same morning. Marcus had a way of imagining this belonging that softens the heart, and it is worth resting in. He pictured all rational beings as parts of one body, or as branches of one tree, or as the many small fires that are all really the one fire of reason burning in different hearths. He reminded himself that when he was angry at another person, or cut himself off from them in resentment, he was like a hand trying to sever itself from the arm, or a branch breaking itself off from the branch beside it, and a severed branch, he noticed, cannot rejoin the tree by its own effort, but a human being, he marveled, has a power no branch has. A human being who has cut themselves off from others in anger can, by a change of heart, grow back and rejoin the whole again and again. We alone are given the grace of reunion. Feel what that offers you tonight. Every time you have withdrawn into grievance, walled yourself off as the wronged one, alone against the person and against the world, you were a branch breaking from the tree. And every night you can grow back. The isolation of the grievance is not permanent. It is not a sentence. You are not condemned to spend your nights as the solitary wounded one, severed, apart. You can rejoin the great tree of struggling human beings any moment you choose, simply by letting the resentment soften and remembering that you belong. And you do belong. Right now, all across the dark side of the turning world, there are countless others lying awake exactly as you are, holding their own wrongs, their own griefs, their own unfixable lists, and countless more finally sleeping, having set theirs down. You are one of an enormous, invisible company of human beings, all made of the same stuff, all wounded by someone, all trying, all carried together toward the same morning. You are not the lone exception. You are a branch on the great tree, one of millions, held in the same wind, warmed by the same slow turning toward dawn. Grow back into that belonging now. Let the branch rejoin the tree. Let the severed feeling heal. And rest in the deep warmth of not being alone. One small resting creature among countless others, all held together in the dark, all carried together toward the same morning. Chapter 38. The Bees and the Hive. Marcus made that image sharper in a single line that is worth holding by itself. That which is not good for the hive, he wrote, is not good for the bee. He was reminding himself that his own true interest could never really be separated from the good of the whole, that there was no version of his flourishing that came at the expense of the community he belonged to. But turn the line the other way, because it works in both directions. And the reverse is a balm for a wounded knight. What harms the bee harms the hive. Your suffering is not only yours when you are eaten by a grievance, when you lie awake poisoned by a wrong. The whole shares, in some small way, in that diminishment. And when you find peace, When you set the wrong down and rest and wake gentler, the whole shares in that too. Your healing is not selfish. It is a gift to everyone your life touches. This reframes the whole project of letting go. You might have been treating it as a private struggle, a solitary effort to feel better, maybe even a slightly guilty one, as if choosing peace over grievance were a kind of letting the other person off the hook, a betrayal of your own hurt. But Marcus would say the opposite. Your peace serves the hive. The version of you that has set down the wrong is kinder to the people around you, more present to the ones you love, less likely to pass the harm along. Bitterness spreads. So does peace. When you heal, you stop being a carrier. Think of the wrong done to you as a stone dropped in water. It sent out rings. It harmed you, and through you it reaches a little everyone you meet while you are still carrying it, in your shortness, your distraction, your defended heart. To set it down, then, is not only mercy for yourself, it is the point where the rings stop spreading. It is you deciding that the harm ends here with you tonight and does not travel any further out into the hive through your tired and guarded hands. That is a worthy thing to do with a sleepless night, to be the place where a harm stops. Not by winning, not by fixing, not by getting the apology, but simply by laying the stone down and refusing to keep dropping it again and again into your own still water. Let the water go still. Let the rings settle. What is good for you, this rest, this release, is good for the hive. So, rest is not indulgence. It is your quiet contribution to the whole. Give it now. The oldest Stoics felt this connectedness so deeply that they sang about it. Cleanthes, the poor water carrier who became the head of the school after Zeno, wrote a hymn, a great prayer to the ordering reason of the universe, praising the way all things are woven together into one harmony, even the things that seem, to us, discordant. He believed that the bad we suffer is like a single harsh note that, heard within the whole vast music, resolves into something larger and more beautiful than we can hear from where we stand. He did not mean that cruelty is good. He meant that nothing is finally separate, that even the painful threads are part of one cloth, one song, one order, and that to see this, even dimly, is to feel less alone in the suffering. There is comfort in that idea at the edge of sleep, whether or not you can believe all of it. You are not a stray piece, cut off, adrift, singled out for misfortune. You are a note in an immense and ancient music, woven together with every other note. The ones you love, and the ones who wronged you, and the countless strangers sleeping under the same sky tonight. All of it moving together towards something you cannot see the whole of from here. Your small suffering is not a mistake in the music. It is a note, and it will pass as every note passes into the larger song. And here is the turn that Cleanthes and Marcus both understood. If you are truly part of the whole, then your peace matters to the whole. When you soften, when you release the grievance, when you let yourself rest, the entire connected order is, by some small measure, more at peace. You are not stealing something for yourself by letting go. You are giving something back. The harmony includes your rest. The music wants your note to resolve. So resolve it now. Let the harsh note soften into the larger song. Let your small piece of the great weave grow quiet and peaceful, knowing that your peace ripples outward, that a mind at rest is a gift to everyone it touches, that in letting go you are not abandoning your hurt, but returning at last to the harmony you were always part of. Rest is your contribution. Give it now freely to yourself and to the whole. Chapter 39. The Night on the Danube. Return now to where we began, to the tent, the lamp, the cold river, because we are near enough to the end that we can go back to the beginning and see it differently. The Danube frontier, where Marcus spent so many of his last years, was the far edge of the Roman world, a long, cold border along a wide river, beyond which lay the tribes Rome was endlessly at war with. It was not a comfortable posting for an aging, ailing emperor who would rather have been home among his books. It was mud and cold and the constant grind of a war that never quite ended. And it was there, in the field, on campaign, that he wrote much of the meditations, in snatched moments, by lamplight, in a tent, exactly as we imagined at the start. Picture it truly now, the most powerful man in the world, far from home, old and unwell, carrying the weight of an empire and a war and his own private griefs, and unable, many nights, to sleep. And what does he do with those sleepless hours? He does not rage, he does not draft orders of revenge against the men who had wronged him. He takes up his tablet and he talks himself gently back toward peace. He reminds himself of the dichotomy of control, of the shared nature of humankind, of the smallness of it all against the vastness of time, of the inner citadel, of the two handles, of the wrestler's balance. He practices in the dark the very things we have practiced together tonight. There is such companionship in that image, if you let yourself feel it. You are not the first person to lie awake holding something too heavy. One of the greatest human beings who ever lived did exactly this, night after night, in a cold tent by a dark river, at the very limit of his strength, and he did not solve it, and he did not make the difficulty vanish, and the war did not end, and his griefs did not lift. But he found, in the practice, a way to lay the day down and, eventually, to rest. And then he rose, and did it all again, and laid it down again, for years, until his own last night came. Your room is warmer than his tent. Your night is safer than his frontier. And the practice that steadied him is available to you, exactly the same, unchanged, across 2,000 years. The lamp is still burning in his tent and in your mind, and it is burning lower now, and the river is still moving, carrying the day away, and it is nearly time for him and for you to let the light go out and rest. Let the scene grow soft and full around you. As the mind slows, the tent is close and dim, the canvas breathing a little in the night wind off the river. There is the small, warm circle of the lamp, and beyond it, the deep blue dark. There is the faint smell of wood smoke from the banked fires of the camp, and the low sounds of a great host of people asleep, the shift of a horse, a distant footfall of a sentry, the endless, quiet murmur of the water moving past in the dark. It is cold outside the tent, and warm within it, and the emperor has set down his writing, and the day, with all its weight, has been laid to rest along the far bank of the river. You are there, in a way, and you are also here, warm in your own bed, and the two places have folded together in the drift towards sleep, the ancient tent and your own dark room, both quiet, both safe, both lit by the same small lowering flame. 2,000 years apart, and yet the same night, the same river of dark flowing past, the same slow letting go of a day that cannot be carried into sleep. There is nothing left to do in either place. The writing is done, the list is laid along the bank, the names are unsaid, resting outside the tent. The lamp is low and lower, and the mind is slowing to match the slow murmur of the water. There is only the warmth now, and the breath, and the deep blue dark, and the quiet certainty that the river will carry the day away without any help from you, as it has carried every day of every life since the beginning. Let the last of the light grow soft and golden and small. Let the river do the carrying. Let the tent be warm around you, and your own room be warm around you, and let it be, for both of you, for the emperor and for you, nearly time at last, to let the light go out and rest. Chapter 40. Faustina sleeping. Marcus was not alone in that tent, or at least not always. For much of his reign, his wife Faustina travelled with him, even to the frontier, even to the war. The soldiers gave her a title that meant Mother of the Camp, because she was there, among them, at the edge of the world, sharing the hardship of the campaign rather than staying behind in the comfort of Rome. History has been unkind to Faustina, repeating old rumors and gossip about her, most of it unprovable, and much of it probably invented by people who disliked Marcus, or simply liked a scandal. But look at what Marcus himself says. In the one place that matters most, his private notebook, where he had no reason to flatter anyone. In the Meditations, he thanks the gods for his wife, calling her devoted and affectionate and simple in her ways. Whatever the gossip said, the man who actually knew her, writing only for himself, remembered her with tenderness and gratitude. There is something quietly important in that, for a night about wrongs and grievances. Marcus lived surrounded by people who lied about the ones he loved, who whispered and schemed and tried to poison his affections. And he chose, in the end, to hold on to his own direct knowledge of the people he loved, rather than to the noise others made about them. He thanked the gods for his wife, in his own hand, in the dark, and let the rumors stay outside the tent. You have people like that too, held between the noise and your own knowing. And tonight, as the mind quiets, you might let it rest for a moment, not on the one who wronged you, but on someone who did not, someone who was simply good to you, who travelled to the edge of your world and stayed. Let the mind lie down beside that person the way Faustina lay down in the camp beside her tired, sleepless emperor. A warmth at the edge of a cold frontier, a reason to believe that not everyone leaves, that not everyone lies, that love, whatever its rumours, is also real, and also part of the story, and closer to you right now than any wrong. Let that warmth be the last thing in your mind before the deeper dark. Not the injury, the one who stayed, rest there beside them in the camp at the edge of the world, under the same wide sky the emperor slept under, and let your breathing slow to match the breathing of someone sleeping peacefully beside you. Chapter 41, The Last Campaign. Marcus grew old on the frontier. The wars along the northern rivers dragged on through his final years, and his body, never strong, began to fail him. He was often ill, he ate little. He was tired in a way that went all the way down. And still he stayed at the edge of the empire, doing the work that had been given to him, because he believed it was his to do, and because he had long ago stopped asking life to be easier than it was. In these last years, the meditations grows quieter and, in some ways, gentler. The man writing is closer to the end, and he knows it, and there is less struggle in the later pages and more acceptance, as if the long practice had finally worn a smooth path in him. He reminds himself, again, that death is nothing to fear, that it is natural, that the same nature which brought him into the world will take him out of it, and that a life, however long, is only ever a single present moment, lived and then released. He writes one of the most peaceful things anyone has written about the end. Think of the whole of your life, he says, as a small thing, a brief assignment, and when the time comes to leave, leave graciously the way a ripe olive falls, praising the earth that bore it and giving thanks to the tree that grew it. Not clinging, not raging, not demanding more time, but simply, when it is ripe, letting go and falling, and being grateful for the having been. There is no grievance left in that. All the wrongs he had suffered, all the betrayals and the flatterers and the losses have receded in these final pages into a great, calm gratitude for having lived at all. The man who spent so many nights talking himself down from anger ends at last, mostly beyond it, ready to fall like ripe fruit, thankful for the tree. That is where the practice was always leading. Not to a life without wrongs, which no one gets, but to a heart that could hold them lightly enough in the end to let them all go and be grateful anyway. You are on the same road he walked, and though you are not at its end, you can feel, tonight, the direction of it, toward lighter hands, toward gratitude, toward a peace that does not depend on anything having gone right, only on your willingness at last to let it be as it was, and to be thankful for the having lived at all. There is a story about how Marcus died, and whether or not every detail is exact, it is the way the ancient world chose to remember his ending, and it is fitting. He died on the frontier, in camp, still on campaign, an old man worn down by years and illness. and in his last days, calm to the end, he is said to have turned the practice of a lifetime toward his own death as easily as he had turned it toward every other thing he could not control. When those around him wept, he is remembered as gently rebuking their sorrow, telling them not to weep for him, but to think of the great matter of death itself, which comes to everyone, and to think of all the others who had gone before. "Why weep for me?" he asked, "rather than think on the sickness and the death that is common to us all." He met his own end the way he had taught himself to meet everything, without complaint, without clinging, as a thing that was natural and not to be feared and not his to refuse. And when he was asked, in the old soldier's way, for the watchword, the password the guard would carry through the camp that night, he is said to have answered, "Go to the rising sun, for I am already setting." There is no bitterness in that. There is no grievance in it, no railing against the unfairness of an early frost or a long war or a body that gave out. There is only a man, at the very end, handing the morning to those who would see it and turning, himself, gratefully toward his rest. That is where the whole practice was carrying him, all those sleepless nights in the tent by the river. Not to a life without loss, but to an ending without complaint. To hands open enough, at the last, to let go even of life itself, gently, thankfully, the way a ripe olive falls. You are far from that ending, and you should be. But you are on the same road, and tonight you can take one small step along it, toward the same lightness, the same gratitude, the same willingness to let things be as they are. He reached the end of the road at peace. You are only beginning it. But the direction is the same, and it is the direction of rest. Chapter 42. Commodus and the Limits of Control. There is one wrong Marcus could not fix, and it is the largest of all, and it is worth facing before we close, because it is the ultimate proof of the very thing he taught. Marcus had a son who lived. His name was Commodus, and he would inherit the empire, and he would be, by almost every account, a disaster, a cruel and vain and unworthy ruler who undid much of the careful good his father had spent a lifetime building. Marcus, the wise philosopher-emperor, the man who understood so much about how to live, raised a son who became the opposite of everything he valued. Imagine the weight of that. Here is a man who could control an empire, who mastered his own anger, who wrote the wisest private notes in history about how to be good, and he could not make his own son good. The one outcome he must have wanted most, more than any victory on the frontier, was a child who would carry the good forward, and it was precisely that outcome which was not, in the end, up to him. If you ever doubted that the dichotomy of control was real, that some of the most important things truly are not ours to command, here is the proof written across the life of the man who taught it. Marcus did everything a father and a philosopher could do. He gave the best teachers, the best example, the best of himself. And still, the shape of another human soul, even his own son's, was not his to determine. It came out of Commodus's own choices, his own tangled inner country, which not even an emperor and a sage could enter and govern. There is a terrible comfort in this for anyone who has poured love into a person who went another way, who did the right things and still did not get the outcome they longed for. Marcus knew that pain, The wisest man of his age did not get the son he hoped for, and it did not mean he had failed or that he had not loved enough or done enough. It meant only that this, too, the soul of another, belongs to the country we do not control, and that our task is to give our best and then, somehow, to release even our children to their own freedom and their own falling. Whatever outcome you could not force, whatever person you could not save or fix or bring around, you stand where Marcus stood, having done what was yours to do, facing what was never yours to command. He carried that to his grave with as much grace as anyone could. And it says that your worth was never in the outcome. It was in the loving and the trying which were yours and which you did. The rest was never in your hands. You can unclench them now. Chapter 43. What he could not fix. So let us say it plainly, softly, in the deepening quiet. There were things Marcus Aurelius could not fix. He could not stop the plague. He could not raise his lost children. He could not make his false friends true, or his cruel son kind, or the long war end. The most powerful man in the world lay awake many nights beside a long list of things he could not fix. And the whole of his philosophy, everything we have walked through tonight, was his answer to that unfixable list. Not a way to fix it after all, a way to lay it down, a way to stop tearing his own hands on the burning handles of things that would not yield no matter how hard he gripped them. A way to draw the border between the small country that was his and the vast one that was not, and to spend his life inside his own borders, at peace, instead of dying 1,000 times on the walls of a country he could never take. You have your own unfixable list. Everyone does. The wrong that cannot be undone. The word that cannot be unsaid. The person who will not change or apologize or understand. The past that will not rearrange itself no matter how many nights you spend demanding that it should. That list is real, and it is heavy, and you have been carrying it, and no amount of carrying has ever made it lighter, because that is not how unfixable things work. The invitation, the same one Marcus accepted, is not to fix the list, it is to set it down. To say, gently, these things are not up to me, they were never up to me, and I have done what carrying I can, and now I am going to lay them along the far side of the border in the country I do not govern, and leave them there for the night, and come back inside my own small walls, where it is quiet and rest. They will still be there in the morning if they must be. Setting them down for the night does not abandon them. It only stops the bleeding of your hands for a few hours, so that you can sleep and wake with a little more strength to carry what genuinely must be carried, and to keep releasing what never had to be. Lay the list down now, along the border, in the dark, and come inside. Let us set the list down together, item by item, slowly, the way you would set down heavy bags after a long journey, one at a time, feeling the relief of each as it leaves your hand. The first thing, the wrong that was done, the one you have carried longest, it is real, it happened. And it is not up to you, and it never was. Set it down. Lay it along the border, in the dark, and feel your hand come open. The second thing, the words you cannot unhear, the ones that still play, that still sting. they were said. They cannot be unsaid. That too is a fact now, sealed on the far side of the line. You do not have to hold it up and examine it one more time tonight. Set it down beside the first. Feel the second hand open. The third thing, the person who will not change. The apology that will not come, the understanding you keep waiting for and not receiving. That waiting has cost you so many nights. And it is not up to you, and no amount of waiting will make it up to you. You can set down the waiting itself, the whole exhausting vigil, and let it rest along the border with the others. You do not have to keep the watch tonight. Let both hands come open now and empty. There. Your hands are empty. The list is laid along the border, in the country you do not control, where it will wait harmlessly until morning or longer. You have not abandoned anything that truly needs carrying. You have only stopped carrying what was never yours through the hours meant for rest. And now, with empty hands and open palms, you can come inside, behind the walls, into the quiet room, and close the gate, and lie down, and be, for these hours, wonderfully, completely unburdened. Chapter 44. Setting down the name. And now the last thread comes home, the person Marcus would not name. Remember how strange it was that in all his private pages, writing only for himself, he almost never wrote down the names of the people who wronged him. He described the wrongs. He worked through the forgiving. But he left the individuals unnamed, again and again, as if he understood that to fix the name to the wound was to keep the wound from closing. We can see now what he was doing. He was refusing to let the wrong become a permanent resident of his mind. A wrong, unnamed, is an event, a thing that happened, which can be set among all the other things that happened and released. But a wrong with a name attached becomes a person you carry, a figure who lives in you, who can be summoned night after night to stand trial in a court that never adjourns. By leaving the name unsaid, Marcus kept the wrong an event and not a tenant. He would not give the ones who hurt him a room in the citadel. You have been saying a name tonight, not aloud. In the theatre behind your eyes, where the scene plays, you have been attaching the name to the wound, pressing them together so they cannot come apart, summoning the person again and again to answer for what they did. And it has not helped. It never helps. The name summoned in the dark does not apologize, does not change, does not release you. It only takes up residence and keeps you awake and asks to be summoned again tomorrow. So do what the emperor did. Set the name down, not forever if you are not ready for forever, just for tonight. Let the wrong be a wrong, an event, a thing that happened in the country you do not control, and let the person go unnamed, uncalled, unsummoned, allowed at last to stay outside the tent while you rest. You do not have to forgive them tonight. You do not have to decide anything about them at all. You only have to stop saying the name. Let it go quiet. Let the theatre go dark. Let the figure you have been holding dissolve back into the vast anonymous crowd of all the struggling, frightened, imperfect people who have ever hurt someone and been hurt in turn. There is one more thing to say about the name, softly, before we let it go for good tonight, because people worry about it. Setting down the name is not the same as saying the wrong was fine. It is not forgiveness, exactly, though it may become forgiveness in time if you choose. And it is certainly not forgetting. It is something simpler and more merciful than any of those. It is deciding that you will no longer carry the person into your hours of rest, that whatever reckoning there is or is not to be had, it will not be held tonight. In the dark, in the one place that is supposed to be yours alone. Marcus understood that forgiveness, if it comes, is not really a gift you give the other person. They may never know. They may be long gone. It is a gift you give yourself, the setting down of a weight that was only ever hurting the one who carried it. And he understood that it cannot be forced, cannot be rushed, cannot be performed to a schedule. So he did the one thing that was always available, whether or not full forgiveness ever came. He left the name unsaid. He refused the person a room in his mind. And that refusal, that small nightly mercy, was enough to let him rest, even on the nights when his heart was not yet ready to forgive. You can do exactly that tonight, no more and no less. You do not have to forgive. You do not have to decide anything about them at all. You only have to stop saying the name, stop summoning the figure, stop giving them a room in the citadel through the hours of the night. Let them stay outside the tent, unnamed, uncalled, while you rest. The reckoning, if there is one, can wait for the daylight. The night is not for holding court. The name can rest now, and so, at last, can you. Chapter 45. The unfinished sentence finished. There was a sentence at the start that Marcus seemed to reach for and struggle to finish. We found it in the middle of the night. The art of living is more like wrestling than dancing. And now, at the end, we can finish it in our own way, the way the whole of his life finished it. The art of living is more like wrestling than dancing, because you cannot choose what comes at you, only how you meet it. You will be gripped by things you did not want. You will be thrown by people you trusted. You will be pushed from directions you never saw coming. And none of that is a sign that your life has gone uniquely wrong. It is the match. It is what the match has always been for everyone, including emperors. And the finishing of the sentence, the part Marcus lived his way toward, is this. The wrestler does not hate the match for being a match. He does not lie awake demanding that it be a dance. He learns, instead, to keep his footing, to find his center again after every throw, to meet what comes without being destroyed by it and without becoming bitter at the fact of it. That is the whole art. Not to avoid the grips and the throws which cannot be avoided, but to remain through all of them yourself, balanced, upright. Still at the center, no matter how the forces push. You have been thrown. That is why you are awake. Someone gripped you where it hurt and threw you, and you have been lying here, still feeling the throw, still wishing it had been a dance. And tonight, gently, you have been finding your center again. Not by pretending the throw did not happen, by accepting that it did, that this is the match, that you are a wrestler and were never promised anything else, and that your task is simply to find your feet and stand and be ready without bitterness for whatever comes next. You have found your center tonight, a little. You can feel it in the slowing of your breath, in the loosening of your hands, in the quiet that has crept in around the edges of the old grievance. That is the art of living being practiced right now by you in the dark, exactly as the emperor practiced it. The sentence is finished. The match will resume tomorrow. And tonight, having found your feet, you are allowed to rest them. And notice, gently, how much has quietly changed since the beginning of the night. When we started, the thing you were holding filled the whole sky. It was the first thought and the last, pressing in from every side, impossible to set down. And somewhere in these long hours, without any force, without any struggle, it has grown smaller. Not gone, perhaps, but smaller. It has shrunk back toward its true size, a single event in a single life, on a small turning world beneath an enormous and patient sky. It no longer fills everything. There is room around it now. There is air. That room is where you will sleep tonight. Not in a mind swept perfectly clean, which no one has, not even the emperor, but in a mind with a little space around its trouble, a little air between you and the old grievance, enough to breathe, enough to rest. You did not have to defeat the thing. You only had to let it come back down to its true size, and let the space open around it, and that has happened quietly, while we talked, while you breathed, while the lamp burned low. The wrestler has found his footing. The center is holding. The match is paused until morning, and morning is a long way off, and there is nothing to do between now and then but rest. You have found your feet. Now let them and the whole of you come to rest. Chapter 46. The lamp burns low. The lamp in the tent is very low now. It has been burning all night, through all our talking, and there is little oil left, and the flame has grown small and soft and golden, and it is nearly time to let it go out. Marcus is finished writing. The tablet is set aside. The day, with all its demands and its wrongs and its unfixable list, has been laid down along the far border, in the country he does not control. His hands are open. The names are unsaid. The grievances have been set among all the other things that happened and released into the moving river of time, which is already carrying them away, downstream, toward the great silence where all the old wrongs of all the old emperors have long since gone to rest. He is tired in the good way now, the way that sleep can reach. The frontier is quiet. The river moves in the dark. Somewhere Faustina is sleeping, and the camp is still, and the vast turning world is going on exactly as it always has, indifferent and patient and enormous, holding him and his small troubles as gently as it holds everything, on its slow way through the dark toward another morning. And here, in this line, is the thing worth taking with you into sleep, the one small sentence to hold as the lamp goes out. You were never asked to carry the whole night, only to set down the one part of it that was never yours to hold. That is the whole of it. That is what the emperor learned in the tent by the river, night after night, until he could finally rest. Not that the night was light, it was not, but that most of what made it heavy was never his to carry in the first place, and that when he laid down the part that was not his, what remained was light enough to sleep beneath. The lamp is almost out now. Let it go. You do not need it anymore. You have set down the day, and the wrong, and the name, and the unfixable list, all of it laid along the border, in the country you do not govern, left there for the night. Your hands are open. Your breathing is slow. The flame is a small, soft gold, and lower and lower, and now gently dark, and the dark is kind, and you are safe, and it is time. Chapter 47. Nothing is owed to the morning. You do not owe the morning anything. Not a solution, not a decision, not a verdict on anyone who wronged you. Not forgiveness if you are not ready for forgiveness. The morning will come on its own without your worrying, exactly as it came for Marcus, exactly as it has come every day for all of time, and it asks nothing of you tonight except that you rest, so that you meet it with a little more strength than you have now. Let the mind grow slow. There is nothing left to solve. Everything that could be set down has been set down. The wrong is an event now, small and finished and flowing away. The person is unnamed, resting outside the tent. The unfixable list is along the border, in the dark, in the country you do not control, where it will wait harmlessly until morning or longer or forever. Let the breath be soft, let the out-breath be long, let the pause at the bottom of it be unhurried and deep. The whole vast world is turning quietly around you. The river is moving, the old emperors are resting, the people who wronged you are asleep in their own tents, carrying their own nights. And you belong here, among all of them, one small resting creature under the same wide sky, held by the same patient dark, carried with everyone toward the same morning. There is nothing to guard. The gate is closed. The citadel is quiet. The walls are holding. Nothing that happened can reach you here. Your hands are open. Your jaw is soft, your shoulders are heavy, the lamp is out. Let go of the part that was never yours. Keep only the warmth and the breath and the quiet. That is all you need to sleep. Chapter 48. Sleep now. You have carried enough. You have carried it long enough and far enough, and tonight you have set down the part of it that was never yours to hold. There is nothing more to do. There is nowhere to be. There is no wrong to solve before the light comes. The emperor has closed his eyes in the tent by the river. The lamp is out. The whole world is dark and quiet and turning, and it is holding you gently as it holds everything, and it does not need you to stay awake to keep it turning. Let the last thoughts grow slow and soft and far apart. Let the breath carry you down easily, the way the river carries everything, without effort, without force. You are safe. You are warm. Your hands are open. The night is kind. Whatever they did, you have set it down. Whatever you could not fix, you have laid along the border. Whatever name you were holding, you have let it go quiet. There is only the breath now, only the warmth, only the soft, deep dark, and the slow turning of a patient world, and you resting in it, at last, held and safe and done. Rest now. Let it all go. Let the night carry the rest. Sleep now.